The Williamsburg City Council meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Ms. McKay, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Rogers?
Here.
Ms. Ramsey? Here. Mayor Pons?
Here.
Vice Mayor Dent? Ms. Kernscher?
Here.
Thank you. In your packet is the minutes from the December 6th meeting. Is there any changes or alterations, corrections? If not, is there a motion?
I wasn't here at that meeting.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
I move the city council approve the minutes from the closed session, December 6, 2023.
Second.
Ms. McKay?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher? Aye.
Okay, there are no matters for special privilege today, which leads us to public hearings. And first is the consideration and action regarding PCR number 22-014, the request to rezone property located at 180 Strawberry Plains Road from RS2 to RM2 with voluntary proffers conditions. Ms. Griffin. I believe the applicant's attorney is here. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Lindsay Carney. I'm the managing partner at Carney Patterson Mead, 12350 Jefferson Avenue in Newport News. We are here today to respectfully request that council defer this matter and table it for consideration. We have been working tirelessly to respond to community comments, to address those within the site plan, within the BMP, within the traffic concerns, but we just need some additional time to address the rest of those concerns. So we respectfully request that you table this matter. We did inform the city planner yesterday that we were requesting that deferral.
All right. Ms. Shelton, I guess we would need a motion to table. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I move that City Council table PCR 22-014 as requested by the applicant.
Is there a second?
Caleb,
Oh,
second.
Caleb, I'm sorry. Ms. McKay?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
No.
Ms. Kernscher? Aye.
Okay, with that said, I do have a number of speakers card on that topic. There'll be an open forum session later in the agenda, and if those members that submitted these cards would like to speak, that would be a time that we could do that. Okay, next on the agenda is consideration and action regarding public hearing PCR number 23-003, zoning text amendment to Article 3, Division 10, ED3 to Chapter 21 of the Williamsburg City Code to create the Economic Development District, ED3, to the zoning ordinance. And there are subsequent actions regarding this. Can we do them all at once? Shelton? Okay, so we'll do that. Thank you, Ms. Griffin.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Pons and members of City Council. Crescent Communities has submitted a request to construct two 5-story buildings on vacant property identified as 1430 High Street, Unit 6 and Unit 12. The property, previously referred to as the Roseland property, is a 55-acre mixed-use development that is bounded by Richmond Road, Ironbound Road, and Trayburn Drive. First designated as ED land use, which is Economic Development Land Use, in the 1998 Comprehensive Plan. The property was rezoned from ED, which is our Economic Development Zoning District, to ED2 in 2005. And all development that you now see in the High Street mixed-use development was under the ED2 zoning district. The proposal consists of 189 apartments to include 134 one-bedroom units and 55 two-bedroom units, and 5,000 square feet of commercial space in Unit 12. Unit 12 is shown here, so if you're like, I've never seen this before, this is because this is a rendering of what this could look like if the buildings were approved. On the right-hand side, you have Unit 12. It's exactly 0.70 acres. 5,000 square feet of commercial is located in front of the movie tavern area, and then there's 2,233 square feet of indoor amenities. Unit 6 is approximately 1.27 acres. This particular building is residential only. It has around 10,600 square feet of interior amenities, and then there is an outdoor pool. The ED2 district, section 21-3721B, requires that no more than 40% of the gross area of contiguous land be devoted exclusively to residential uses. The High Street development was approved back in 2005 to have approximately 2,225 square feet of commercial floor area and 559 multifamily dwelling units. The development has reached its max of residential units, so the applicant is requesting the opportunity to add more residential dwelling units to the High Street development. In order to do this, 3 separate but contingent land use requests have to be made. First, the applicant is requesting a zoning text amendment to add an ED3 district that would allow the unit count and the percentage of land devoted to residential uses to vary from the standards of that section 21-372. They're also going to be asking to increase the density allowed in the ED2 district and to require a special use permit for the construction of townhouses and/or apartments. Next, they're asking for rezoning. If the zoning text amendment is approved, they would then have to rezone the property to the ED3 district. And then the next is within the zoning text amendment, in order to build apartments or townhouses, a special use permit is required, and therefore the third request, a special use permit to build 189 luxury apartments. And before I move forward, it is important to note 2 changes that were made by the applicant after the December 20th Planning Commission meeting last year. In the applicant's original proposal, 86 parking spaces were provided on site, and the remaining required spaces were to be shared between residents and patrons of businesses within the High Street development. Additionally, there was a deficit of 40 required parking spaces in the first proposal. In order to improve the parking issues, the current proposal reduced the number of units from 199 to 189 units. It provided designated parking spaces. So on the left-hand side, you see the first original request by the applicant. Unit 12 at the top, Unit 6 at the bottom, and the 86 spaces were included in the square footage of the actual properties. And any other required parking was actually going to be shared among everyone using spaces within High Street. That's now changed, and there's now designated spaces, as you'll see on the right-hand side. And the ovals there represent where the spaces will be designated. And so they have now an agreement between the property owners to have those spaces dedicated for residential uses. Because there's now a change in the square footage of the property, which means the parking that was just talked about, there now needs to be a change in the density. Density is calculated by dividing the number of housing units by the net acreage of the property. The applicant originally applied for 105 units per acre. That's 199 divided by 1.97 acres, which was the total of the two parcels together. This equals 101 units per acre. The provision of dedicated parking spaces for residents has increased the acreage of the property from 1.97 acres to 6.04 acres. And this includes the calculation of the BMP used for the entire development. With this particular calculation, the unit count is now 31 units per acre. If the BMP is removed from the calculation to just include the dedicated parking spaces plus the 1.97 acres, the density is 46 units per acre. Again, this slide just reiterates the what is being requested through the zoning text amendment, which I believe I've covered. And this slide here just shows you a breakdown of the original proposal. So here you see the original proposal, 1.97 acres at 199 units, yielding 101 units per acre. The max that they requested was 105 units per acre. The current proposal, 6.04 acres. This includes the designated parking and also the B&P at 189 units per acre, gives you 31 units per acre. And then if you were to include all of High Street development, 47.9 acres, which is the net acreage. All of High Street includes the property across from the commercial area. It also includes the residential areas. Sterling Apartments, High Street View Apartments are all a part of High Street. If you include those units plus the 189 units, you then get 763 units for a total unit count of 16 units per acre. The E2 district allows 12 units per acre. So, in looking at the staff analysis for just the zoning text amendment, there are implications for other properties with economic development designation if the ED3 was approved. Other areas that have an economic development designation are High Street and also Quarter Path. And the ED3 district is written such that if you're in an ED2 or ED, you can then move to an ED3. This also has implications for density. The highest density in the city that's allowed by right is 14 units per acre. There are 3 zoning districts in the city where you can get a special use permit to increase your density outside of the 14 units per acre. The applicant is requesting voluntary proffers or providing voluntary proffers to the city. The property shall be developed in 1 or more phases, generally in accordance with the novel plan. That is the plan that you have before you. So what they're saying is simply we will follow the plan, and when if we're approved. The applicant, also seeing the need for affordable housing, is providing a proffer of $7,775 per dwelling unit. And then prior to issuance of any building permit for construction, the project will go under and be reviewed by a construction management plan reviewed by the High Street Condominium Association. Special use permit. So this is the actual request to build 189 luxury apartments on the property. Anytime that we're looking at a special use permit, there are 6 criteria that we must use in order to approve the special use permit. And so I won't go through those individually, but I will take this time in the next few slides to just give you a little bit more information about the proposal. This is Unit 12. This is the unit that is facing Movie Tavern. It's the commercial portion facing the Movie Tavern is shown here. This application has gone before the Architectural Review Board. It is in the commercial district for the ARB. The ARB has reviewed this twice for conceptual. They have not approved it as of yet. This is showing the rendering just of Unit 12. This is a rendering of Unit 6 on the other side of La Yaca and Plaza Azteca in front of the parking deck. I've discussed parking, but again wanted to say that the zoning ordinance requires 323 parking spaces for the number of units that they have, and they are providing 326 parking spaces, designated parking spaces. And that simply means that these parking spaces are set aside just for the residents of the apartment. Trip generation, there was a question asked if the number of cars or vehicles using this particular high street would increase if there was residential introduced. And the model that has been provided shows that the number of residential units will result in 61% less traffic in the AM peak hours, 73% less traffic in the PM peak hours, and 77% less traffic on a daily basis. And what this simply is saying is that there will be more traffic generated from commercial uses than residential uses. I'll conclude with staff analysis, and this will just cover the special use permit. Anytime that we're looking at a special use permit, we must first ask the question, is the request compatible with the comprehensive plan? And staff concludes that the comprehensive plan does say that if you are in an ED district, the ED district or ED2 district, that it will require you to have less residential than other uses. And so for that matter, this particular request is in keeping with the comprehensive plan. However, it is incompatible with the recommendation of the comprehensive plan because the plan is very specific that this property, along with Quarter Path, as Zone ED2, should remain ED2. This is significant because there are other places, various examples that I gave in the staff report, where the comprehensive plan does say that the property can be allowed to be another zoning district, and that is not what the plan says in this particular case. The density here, as I've talked before, the highest density that we allow in the city by right is 14 units per acre. The comprehensive plan talks about 14 units per acre as the highest, and staff feels that if there's any deviation from that to go higher, that there should be some broader conversation about density. Compatibility, there's also a question about the separation of residential uses from commercial. This is set aside in Middle Street. So just to give a little history, when High Street was first developed, there was one developer for High Street. He was very interested in commercial, and then there was someone that came along after that joined him, was very interested in residential. The residential was then on one side of Middle Street, and then the commercial was in the front facing on Richmond Road. If residential was introduced, it would be introduced in a all-commercial area. And we're not sure about the function of development with that, with the residences using outdoor amenities within the commercial area. We do recognize that the profit conditions, the voluntary profit conditions, would help us toward our affordable housing goals. And I've talked about what that profit condition is, the $7,750 per unit. The Planning Commission did hear this request. Again, there were some variations in the request that the Planning Commission heard, but they did vote 5-0 to recommend denial of PCR 23003, 23003A, and PCR 23004. That is a text amendment, the rezoning, and also the special use. Staff continues with the recommendation of denial based on the staff analysis that I just went over. And if there are any questions, I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. With regard to the creation of the ED3 district,
Yes.
why is that important in this application?
When the applicant came to us originally, it was going to be a modification of the ED2 district. And we felt in doing that, it would then open the door for other properties that were ED2 to be able to increase the density. And that was not in compatibility to the comprehensive plan. And so we recommended that they provide an ED3 zoning district instead.
And now the ED2 didn't also didn't allow proffers, is that?
Well, in the ED2, if in providing the ED3, it is a rezoning, and therefore the state code requires that if voluntary proffers are going to be provided, it had to be done through a rezoning.
Okay. And so did I hear you correctly to say that if developed as apartments, it would generate less traffic than if the site was to be developed for commercial purposes?
Yes, according to the trip generation calculations provided by the applicant's engineer. Yes, sir.
Remind me, if you would, please, when did the High Street development kick off?
Yes, based on my research, the rezoning for the High Street development happened in 2005. So it's been around 14 years since these properties here have been vacant.
Okay. And the ED district, as I recall, I was on Planning Commission then, so help me with my memory.
Mm-hmm.
That's when we created the ED district.
Yes. So
Wasn't an ED district prior to?
There was not an ED district prior. So in 2005, the ED district was created. Let me look back in my notes to make sure I give you the exact. So this designation was, the ED designation in the comprehensive plan was created in the 1998 comprehensive plan. The property was rezoned from ED to ED2 in 2005.
And part of that, it strikes me that when we wrote that, that many years ago, commerce was much different.
Yes,
Yeah, so what we expected in retail would be different than what it is actually today with the advent of the internet.
yes.
Vice Mayor, any questions?
Ms. Griffin, early on, you talked about there's some significant changes since this was presented to Planning Commission. Can you briefly describe what requires something to be directed back to Planning Commission, a proposal?
Yes, so if there's a substantial change in the application, it can be provided back to the Planning Commission. Even today, if the City Council would prefer, could be given back to the Planning Commission. But we usually defer to the city attorney and whether an item needs to go back to the Planning Commission. There wasn't such of a substantial change that we saw at the time that it needed to revert back to the Planning Commission. The site plan and where the property, where the building was being constructed was still in the same place.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Thank you for your presentation and for everything that went into putting this together, because the density calculations seem to get a little confusing to me sometimes with the different ways that one can calculate density and kind of take into account what land area you're starting from, I guess. But you mentioned that the creation of ED3, one consideration that went into that was that if it was, if you just kept ED2 and then modified it, that could open up other ED2 properties to the same sort of modification. Is it, and this is something I don't know if this question is even, possible, but in creation of ED3, couldn't somebody who is ED2 just request to get rezoned to ED3, like kind of creating just or is that something that just wouldn't make sense?
No, they could, but in looking at the density, for example, Hyde Street now has 599 units. And so when this came in, it was 105. And so increasing that to 105 units per acre, we felt it was better suited for a new district instead of the ED2 would go to the ED3.
Okay. And just to make sure that I understand, just confirming what you said, that if we look at the parcels that are available, that is the 6.04 acres. What does that capture?
So the 6.04 acres are the increase in the parking, where they're actually providing parking outside of what's on the site, and also the BMP area that's used for the High Street development.
Okay, so that's kind of the developable, the BMP, like oftentimes we don't even count that because it's not actually part of what is actual developable land. So
And
the
that's why I wanted to
1.97
mention.
is the part of the land that truly can be built on when you sort of take away the other requirements.
That's correct.
And so that
gets
would
you
be
to-
105 units per acre, is that right?
No.
Okay.
So, and I'll go back.
Okay.
When this first came to the Planning Commission, there was not the designated parking spaces. So you only had the two parcels, the Unit 6 and the Unit 12, at 1.97 acres. So 1.97 and the 199 units gave you 101 units per acre.
Okay.
But the application that was provided by the applicant requested the ED3 be 105 units per acre.
I see. Okay. Okay, and so I think you're sort of echoing the Vice Mayor's point that there have been changes that made since it last was heard at planning in terms of the parking spaces and adjusting what is the actual land that is available. Okay, and then I think that's my only question for now. Thank you.
Mr. Ramsey?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Thank you. A lot to absorb and try to understand it. Just a couple questions. We talk about the number of parking spaces for residential, and that currently with a sort of recount that the applicant would have 3 extra spaces.
That's correct.
So how many spaces are needed if both parcels stay commercial?
I can't tell you how many, at this time, how many spaces are needed. What I can tell you is that High Street currently has enough spaces to accommodate any development that would happen on those parcels. In total, there are, and my memory serves me correct, I think it's 955. Give me 1 minute. Yes. So the High Street development was approved to have 900 off-street parking spaces, supplemented by the parking terrace with 405 spaces. So there's ample spaces for the commercial.
Okay. Even as the commercial and the current tenants are there, might see increased business, or let's say everyone decided to go to the movie tavern on a Saturday afternoon at the same time, there's plenty of spaces.
Yes, from what has been built out, yes, ma'am.
And the mayor was talking about I think it was the mayor was talking about changes to the proposal and the master plan for High Street since it was first created. And wasn't there a component for home ownership with townhouses?
There was at one time. From my understanding, that did not move forward. There are some townhouses there, but there was supposed to be a larger development of townhouses, and that was changed to rental.
Okay. Yeah, because we made changes for that. So, okay, those are my only questions right now. Thank you.
Director Griffin, thank you for this report and the several months you've spent working with the applicant and with your staff before this council presentation. A couple of my curiosities have already been addressed. Maybe one last one that I had then is the calculation of all of High Street, and then the calculation of, as has been asked, the developable land, and then the third part of that is developable land plus the parking and the BMP, right?
Okay.
So my question is, all of High Street, I see 47.9 acres. Does that include the 2 acres that this parcel would develop on?
Yes.
Okay. So, and I know there's the request, as is in comprehensive plan, to allow variation from a requirement that no more than 40% of the gross area of contiguous land be devoted to residential use. Have we looked at the impact on the totality of High Street with the inclusion of the Crescent acquisition novel development, and what that percentage would be if you include 189 units on top of the 763? Do we know what that percentage would be? I'm curious if it falls above or below the 40%.
So one thing that it's not above the 700, that 700 calculation that I gave you is actually including the 109. Right now, there are 599 units,
Okay.
and the 189 gives you the 793, I believe, the calculation.
Okay, so
Okay.
the units, all of High Street development, 763, that includes what is proposed?
Correct.
By this?
That
Okay.
includes what's proposed.
So does-
And it's
yeah.
43%.
Okay.
If High Street if the applicant is approved, it's now, instead of 40%, it's 43%.
Okay, so that's the delta then. If the inclusion of 189 more units only increases from the 40% where we are now to 43%.
Yes, the residential would increase from 40% to 43%.
Okay, thank you. That was my question, is what the net impact is on that area from this development, and that's my only question. Thank you.
If I can just follow up on Councilwoman Ramsey's question about parking, just clarity. If new commercial is built, did you say that there's already adequate parking? Or if new commercial is built, would there have to be an accommodation for additional parking spaces?
So I'm going to say it in this way. If there was a development that came and they gave us a site plan, we would require them to give us the parking based on our zoning ordinance. And so they would not be able, unless they came to the Planning Commission or to the City Council to request additional parking, they would not be able to build if they did not have adequate parking in High Street.
And the presumption is they could probably build because there's still the parking deck that's.
Yes, and there's a lot of parking there for commercial, so you would think that there would be enough, but if there's not, then they would have to come and ask for additional approvals.
Thank you. All right, any other questions?
Not right now.
All right, so I'll go to and open the public hearing. I have two speakers cards. The first is Shelby Lynn Eddington. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, my mistake. Mr. Davis, I'll welcome up the applicant's attorney first. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm Greg Davis. My colleague Benny Zhang and I with Kaufman and Knowles represent the applicant. Mr. Mayor, I note a 5-minute time limit. My understanding is the custom of council was 10 minutes. May I
Yes,
allow
sir.
that time?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and allow that for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pleased to be before you this afternoon with the novel Williamsburg project team. Crescent Communities is represented by Mr. Brandon Wright. AES Consulting Engineers, the project engineer, Ryan Stevenson, is here. The traffic engineer, Ms. Griffin referenced the traffic study performed, was DRW Consultants. Just a little bit about Crescent Communities as we introduce them to the Williamsburg community. It's a national developer, active in 16 states, familiar with the Williamsburg market. Mr. Wright has done projects in Greater Williamsburg, also Virginia Beach, Short Pump area of Richmond. Importantly, Crescent continues to maintain an ownership interest in its projects after completion. So it's not a builder that hits the last nail and leaves town. And in fact, they have plans, they've done this in the past with local high school programs to introduce students to architecture and visiting an active construction site. They want to be a good community corporate citizen. This project has had quite a history before the city, 18 months nearly. We've worked closely with the staff. From a conceptual review in 2022, our architecturals have been reviewed. Our site plan was given preliminary read by the Planning Commission, and that brought us here before you today after the Planning Commission recommendation referenced earlier. The ED3 ordinance we seek drew some questions from you members of council. This drawing shows the ED2 area of the Movie Tavern and the Richmond Road frontage, but the two novel sites seek the ED3 designation. And that was, as Ms. Griffin ably explained, based on a need to, one, provide a new ordinance so that passing a change to the ED2 ordinance, which we'd originally talked about, wouldn't open the door to greater density in previously zoned ED2 districts. If I already had ED2, the zoning density limits were changed, they'd automatically apply to that previously zoned ED2. So staff's preference was a new ordinance. Further, rezoning from ED2 to ED3 gave us the opportunity to offer the proffers, which are an important part of this package. The ED3 zoning district, I would respectfully submit, is completely consistent with the city's comprehensive plan for High Street. Residential use is still going to be a minority of the uses, even with full build-out of the Crescent project. This land has been vacant for 14 years. The ED land use category in which High Street falls calls for the creation of an increase in the tax base. We submitted a fiscal impact study from an independent analyst that suggested that $11 million of revenue would be generated by the novel project for the city over the next 20 years, far and away more than vacant land sitting useless in the ED land use category. Further, you have letters of support before you. The last one came just before the meeting, I understand, from the Tipsy Beans folks, saying to you as leaders of the city, look, we're telling you that economic conditions have changed in the city. We're telling you that the vision of the comp plan for High Street needs to flex a bit because we need customers at our doorstep. People aren't willing to travel as far to shop or eat these days. Bricks and mortar retail uses are harder to come by. And so the novel project brings housing opportunities and vibrancy to High Street that are much needed. On the topic of the comprehensive plan and housing opportunities, I want to put a big number in front of the town, in front of the city council, because this $1.5 million of cash proffers for affordable housing is innovative, a new thing in the city. We had some feedback from the Planning Commission. We tried to react. We did not make big changes to the application. We lowered the density, about 10 or 11 units. And we also got a recount of the number of seats in the movie tavern. And what that told the staff and the applicant was, oh, with the 10 or so fewer units and a better count of the seats at the movie tavern, we comply with the city's parking ordinance. You've seen these elevations of the project, and I won't spend a lot of time talking about each one. I will ask you to look at these, and as you see them, think with your common sense about the consistency of this use with Midtown Row, Sterling Manor, or High Street Views. Same architect, Michael Poole, designed the conceptuals you see here for Crescent, as designed the High Street View project. High Street, with these upscale finishes and apartments and this sort of commercial development, it's an urban setting. This is the space for density in the city of Williamsburg. We're not suggesting that this goes downtown or adjacent to Colonial Williamsburg, not on Jamestown Road. But to say that the project is not in harmony with the High Street project, I think, as the staff suggests, is an overstatement. You can see the two conceptual novel buildings here on either side of the corridor. They fit well with the density and height of the residential uses nearby. The architecture's consistent, and it's a mixed-use project. Walkability to the merchants is still highlighted. You asked some questions about density. Staff came to the Planning Commission and said this project was 105 units per acre, which I'm certain alarmed the Planning Commission as it did the applicant. What we've done is to try to make an apples-to-apples comparison of the actual density of projects around town. So if you take the land on which the building is built, and then the parking used by those buildings, and then portions of open space, stormwater management facilities that serve the project, you see here that our project is about 31.29 units per acre compared to other residential developments approved in the city. It's middle or low of the density when you use that sort of analysis. And Mr. Mayor, I'm prepared to go into depth, and so is Mr. Stevenson, about alternate density calculations using entire master planned or mixed-use communities. I'll respectfully suggest that we save that for Q&A if it's of interest to the council, because it is rather dense and mathematical. The point of this slide is our engineers have done a good job of trying to show you this is not some unique density to the city of Williamsburg. It's consistent with what we have now. I'll finish with a word about parking. You see here the Crescent project buildings are highlighted a bit with the movie tavern to the left and Richmond Road to the right on the screen. So my client will build parking around its buildings in the locations you see here in green. In addition, the parking deck is available here nearby the larger building. And then, as Ms. Griffin pointed out, there will be designated parking that serves these buildings, and that parking has been moved as a part of this plan away from the central portions of High Street. It's at the edges, and the goal there was to have the apartment dwellers park away from the commercial users in the center, our friends at Plaza Azteca, who support the application, Liaca and others. I'll close, Mr. Mayor, by saying There's some conversation today, and we've had some conversation with the staff at a very technical level about how much parking is really needed. We did some studies, our engineers did, that show that the Institute of Traffic Engineers would require far less parking than the city of Williamsburg for a comparable project. The Urban Land Institute, a think tank for land planning, would require even less parking for a project like this, including the novel apartments. So I would respectfully suggest to the commission that this is not a major change from the application that the Planning Commission saw, but it's better understood now through the work of staff and the applicant, and would request that you approve the new ordinance ED3 change, the rezoning to that ED3, and the special use permit required to achieve this density. And I'd be happy to answer any questions from council.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'm sure there may be some questions, no,
Not right now. I don't have any questions.
of the applicant.
I have none.
Davis, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
We may call you back up if there's a technical question.
I'll wait around.
Okay. Okay, so with that, I do have some additional speakers cards. Again, so Shelby Lynn Eddington. Thank you, Ms. Eddington.
Thank you, council members and mayor, for allowing me to speak. My name is Shelby Lynn Eddington. I represent Lamar Companies. We are the majority owners of High Street Shops and these two vacant parcels. When we first bought the parcel in 2007, our plan was there was a lot of vacancy and we were going to get new retail in there, and we were then going to continue to build. However, with the changing markets, with things happening that you have no control over, there was the need to get the existing and then revamp our plan. With allowing the residential, this gives our retailers affordable walking distance for business. It allows the community to grow. It allows for a lot of pluses for our retailers and for the city of Williamsburg as well. We are in full support of having Crescent Communities here today and approving this motion to allow us to move forward. We feel that it would be a success and profitable for all parties concerned. And I appreciate you giving me the time to speak.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Glazer, you identified a subject development. Would you like to speak to this, or would you like to come to later? Thank you, Mr. Glazer. If you just state your name and address for the record, please.
Charlie Glazner, 319 South Boundary Street. One of the subjects that concerns me that doesn't appear to be addressed is the issue of water. I remember several years ago, Dan Clayton was asked by the city council to address the water. There'd been a bit of a drought, and I don't remember what he said, but with all of these new developments, which seem to be more of a multifamily nature than a single-family nature, where's all this water coming from? You know, the Williamsburg Reservoir, I suspect, is about the same size today as it was when I arrived in this town on August 19th, 1970, while the population's probably at least doubled, and things continue to grow. So that's something I'd like the city to address on an annual basis, a 5-year, a 10, and a 20-year projection, so that when you all address items like what's on the screen right now, you know that presumably we're not going to run out of water. Second issue is along those same lines. With properties that I have, when I don't have when I pay the water bill, I found out there's a leak in 30 or 60 days. When a tenant who's got a meter has a leak, I found out that day. So I would suggest that in all of these projects, multifamily projects, that the city consider requiring every apartment, every unit to have an individual water meter. Secondly, Planning Commission. I think the city needs to be very, very careful about who's on the various committees. If you're a city resident and you are a real estate developer and you're dealing with the city on a development in the city, you should not be on the Planning Commission. If you're a developer in Newport News, fine, I think expertise in that area is important. City needs to be very careful about that. Secondly, and thirdly, and lastly, when the city has property that they want to sell, things need to be transparent. This thing over on Strawberry Plains, from what I read in the newspaper, sounds like a pretty good deal. I wish I'd had an opportunity. Okay? Not a good plan. Not a good plan. When the city has property and it's zoned under the comprehensive plan and somebody wants to buy it, first it ought to be available public notice. Whoever wants to do it can have an opportunity to buy it. But when you buy it under its current zoning. If it's 31 units an acre, you could do 30, you could do 29. But don't come before us looking for 35 or 32, okay? It's what it is. If you don't, the city, things change. Maybe next time they do the comprehensive plan, they'll move it up to 40 units. I don't care. But don't buy city property and then come back wanting to change the zoning. The city changed the zoning. Property multifamily is a lot more valuable than single family. The city needs to make that kind of money. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blazer. I have one other speaker's card. Man, but goes by no other, but Victor, come on up. Good to state your name and address for the record. Welcome, Mr. Marcino.
Sorry, hi everybody, okay? I'm not used to this kind of stuff, okay? First of all, so sorry if I say the wrong words.
Just state your name for the record.
I respect everybody in this room, and I appreciate everybody in the city of Williamsburg. I've been here for 39 years. I need a little more than 5 minutes. If you come back, start to scroll the picture there, but my point is this. Lamar went wrong about it. If you want to change the zoning, the parking, you should not sell the parcel. I spend a lot of money, and I owe money to the bank. Over $4 million I spend. I owe the money to the bank, and now you change the game on me. You want to build an apartment? How many apartments is commercial? When I bought the property, it was zoned commercial. It's 5,000, it's 5 parking for 1,000, whatever it is the rules. You cannot change the rule on me. And change the horse in the middle of the river. If not, I would never buy if somebody would tell me. Yes, it's 18 months can this thing is been going on. The different instrument, the same music, nothing changed. They want to take the parking. And the assigned parking, they cannot give away assigned parking, number one. Okay? Because there are not their parking. Lamar does not own the parking. Okay? I got a comment from my lawyer. My lawyer say in the paperwork as standard right now, they can assign no parking, except the 15, 20 parking space in the front of the movie theater. That's his writing in the paperwork, in the community maintenance when I bought it. One, it should protect me. No assign. Two, if we have all the story and all this beautiful presentation, it's beautiful. Of course, a lot of people, they love the idea, the project, the more people live there, it's going to be better. Yes, but what about our people? Where are they going to parking? The people in the front, the building 4, the first building where is the brewery. Where are these people going to parking? If they take after the park in the middle, show the picture over there, the one, building 1. Building 6, I guess it is, right? I don't want to get confused. I think it's building 6. Anybody can change this thing?
No, go ahead, just continue with your comments. I
Okay.
think we're all familiar with the layout.
My point is this. They need to be done parking for everybody that want to come in. You cannot calculate all this parking space, use the garage when nobody want to go in the garage. Other people from the brewery is going to go in the back for the garage. How they going to park in there? Okay? First of all, it is, the place has been empty for a long time. It is true. But it's a lot of things moving in Williamsburg right now. So if we put the right amount, the good commercial there, small space, and people come in shopping and enjoy, they create a vibration. The apartment, I have a restaurant across the street of Middletown Road. They did it right. They don't want to do the same. Middletown Road put the parking for the residential in the back, completely separate from the commercial. Okay? You cannot give it to, then it's going to be a mess. Who's parking here? Who's parking there? A customer go in the back, a customer go in here. And the parking garage, nobody want to use it. So many other things. I think this park, it diminished the value of my investment. It's not just mine, it's the bank too. I need to protect, the city's got to protect my investment. You cannot change the things afterwards. I think that's, building 12, the one across the street from the garage, they can do a beautiful project there because you can use the parking from the garage and the other side, again, it's empty, nobody uses. But the mirror, I think, is crucial, not just for me, for Layaga too. If it's a good movie, where are the people going to park it? That's my number one concern. Change the zoning, beautiful presentation, but it's the wrong approach. And I give appropriate parking, whatever they call designated parking, it's not appropriate. Because they cannot give it away, it's not their parking. And Lamar just speak here, and she say, can the parking here, parking there. That's an email, where's the clerk? I want to give you an email I received from Lamar.
Mr.
Show to everybody.
If you would just address council, you're running out of time.
I want you to read the email.
No, we're not going to do that. Go ahead and make your comments. If you want to read the email, read the email.
To no parking here, I need a parking space. I read the email to you. Understood you have a tenant in the building too. I have like a little meeting, 20 people that promised us for parking over there. The apparatus has been seminary trained and a lot of cars in the parking lot all day. We need your help request associated tenant to park in farther away space, out from the building, over near the vacant land, and leave at least 5 parking spaces next to the handicap space, alongside the walk open for children drop off to the learning experience. And the building is empty, yeah? So what is gonna happen when you put that big industrial building right in the middle? Okay, that's all. Just think about that. With all due respect, I'm sorry, I'm a little excited because I'm not used to this speaker here. I speak in my place. I have a different approach. I'm so sorry if I been out of line.
You're
okay?
perfectly fine. Thank you.
I want to make my point because 5 minutes is difficult to make a point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you coming forward. So that concludes my speaker's cards, but anybody else would like to come speak to this are welcome to come up. Certainly. Why don't you come back around and stand in the aisle?
Sabrina Fairbanks, 119 Berkeley Lane is my residence, and I also own property in the Midtown District. I'm here to talk to you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and members of council, generally about all of the rezoning for the purpose of high-density residential development. I know you've received lots of letters. We've had lots of meetings with you, with Planning Commission, with Architectural Review Board, and, it continues to be a problem for citizens that the city seems to be steering, or the developers seem to just keep coming and wanting to rezone for this. And we wonder just how many new residents can our infrastructure handle? And to Mr. Glazner's point about the water, I thought that I would share with you a very specific example because people will just ask, do we have enough water? And how much water does one person in the city use? And I own a building on Carey Street where unfortunately I still pay for the water. So just to give you an idea, it's kind of a normal place. It's single occupancy. You know, they're average people, they're yearly renters. They may have a guest, you know, occasionally. They're not allowed to have permanent guests from their lease. There are laundry facilities, of course, showers, sinks, dishwasher, and I will tell you, I called the city water department to be sure about my numbers. So for 1 year, one tenant is using 12,000 gallons of water per year. So I hope that that gives you kind of some specifics about, you know, what kind of infrastructure costs they're going to be for all of these proposed high-density developments, including High Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fairbanks. Mr. Bender, would you like to come forward? Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Commission. I'm Jonathan Bender, 121 Richmond Hill Court. I wasn't intending on speaking, but there was something the gentleman said which made me think to come up here. The gentleman mentioned about possibly moving somewhere else where there would be a parking building. I noticed there was a pool in the diagram up there. Maybe we'll all remember that I think a year or two ago there was a building that collapsed in Florida. I know there have been a lot of pools that have been changing from chlorine to salt water, and I do believe salt eats concrete. So just something to consider based on what the gentleman said. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please come forward and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Tess Schultz. My address is 5207 Rollison Drive in Williamsburg. I'm here today to basically address the statement that no one else has been interested in the land for 14 years. Again, my name is Tess Schultz, and I'm here on behalf of my husband, Dr. Gregory Schultz. He's the owner of I-Center of Virginia, and we're currently in James City County. We are wanting to purchase condo unit 12. Our intentions are to build an 8,000 square foot eye care facility. If you don't know who we are, we're a comprehensive medical eye care facility that offers treatment and procedures for all kinds of ocular diseases, both chronic and acute, as well as emergency eye care, and routine comprehensive eye exams, which include glasses and contacts, which is the retail component of our business. We have an excellent reputation. We've grown exponentially, and the business is unique. It's a medical business that also has a retail component to it. Our retail component, roughly makes up 50% of our business. So we have, with that reputation, we have a pretty good walk-in traffic, if you will, for glasses and fittings and the procurement of glasses. 3 years in a row, I don't know if any of this is important, but 3 years in a row by the Coastal Virginia readers, we were voted best eye care practice, so we feel like we're doing a lot for the community. We have a large patient base. It expands through North Carolina, the Eastern Shore, the South Side, literally as far as northern DC, all coming for second opinions to our practice. Our patient base will be utilizing the businesses located in High Street. We purchased the practice 2 years ago from Dr. William Sutherland, who maintained his practice at the James City County location for 40 years, over 40 years. We have completely outgrown our space. We cannot stay there any longer, so we are looking for a place to be, a new home. Dr. Schultz is booked out 5 months. Dr. Desai is booked out 2 months, sometimes longer depending upon what they're doing. We unfortunately can't build what we want to build in James City County. For several reasons, the High Street location is really ideal for us, mainly because it's right down the road from where we are right now, so our patients don't have to really seek us out. It can be detrimental to businesses to move, so the fact that this is right around the corner is fantastic. Both professionally and personally, we frequent on a regular basis many of the businesses in High Street, and as a result, they know us by name and we know them. We already consider them our neighbors. Moving our location from James City County to the city of Williamsburg will bring permanent sources of revenues to the city of Williamsburg, our business license, real estate taxes, and personal property taxes. This move will allow us to literally double our revenues as we will go from 2 doctors to 4 doctors. Nearly tripling our current space, we'll be able to bring additional healthcare services to Williamsburg and allow us to really serve the community, which we literally feel is our purpose. So on a personal note, as Williamsburg residents and patrons of High Street, we would really like to see more businesses being added rather than additional apartments. And I can tell you, many in the community feel the same way. As business owners, we considered purchasing an existing building unit, a unit that's already, it's a shell. But when we found out about the building of these apartments, we backed out. We frequent this area, so we know the problems that are happening there with parking. And again, just to reiterate, we feel that our business would really complement parking in that area because we're only open Monday to Friday. We're open 8 to 5, or in this location we'll be open 8 to 5. So the restaurants are not going to feel our presence in the evening. The theater is not going to feel our presence in the evening. And if you go there, as we do, you will see the problems that can develop in the evening and on the weekends. It's a real thing, and I wasn't part of this study that was done, but when you look at it on weekends and evenings, I don't understand how those two relate to one another. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Patel. Welcome, sir. If you just state your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Hitesh Patel, 240 Wingate Drive. Appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you today. I have an investment in High Street and just wanted to share some of my thoughts and concerns with the development that's being proposed. The multifamily, I feel, would work well in that area, but I think the number of units, the density that would be created would affect the parking in High Street specifically. We have tenants, Subway, the hair shop, the brewery, that already voice concerns of the current parking situation and having to share with Plaza Azteca in its current state. Having to add more parking from a multifamily unit developer would then further increase this current problem that we would have, or concerns of our tenants that are trying to make a business for themselves. The other portion would be you add multifamily, you add parking. Yes, multifamily is good, it's a good idea, but I think the number of units that are being proposed will be overtaxing the parking in that specific development. It just by the nature of Plaza Azteca, La Yaca, the way people tend to park, and now you add more parking from multifamily, that trend will shift, and then that basically encroaches on the tenants that we have. Number two, we have a vacant building that we've tried to lease, and we've tried to lease it. It's next to the child care center, below market rental values, and we've been unsuccessful, and the main reason has been parking. One of them, which Dr. Schultz was one of the tenants that wanted to go into that space, had some concerns of parking as it stands without the multifamily, was probably close to getting comfortable with it, but then once the multifamily component came in, they decided that it wouldn't meet their needs. Simply because it's also where people want to park where it's convenient to go to the location that they want to go to, whether it be the restaurant or whether it be to the Subway shop or wherever it might be. So having to park further away would be detracting to somebody wanting to visit that location. So based on that, I would have concerns on the number of units that are going there. The one that's The larger facility, in my opinion, looks good, would meet the need, but then adding that second building that's closer to the movie tavern would really create a bottleneck. We consistently have that problem. And then, as Victor just mentioned, we receive emails from Lamar, who's supporting this today, but they send us emails having to ask us to have our tenants relocate where they park. And the tenant specifically is Eastern State, that uses the facility on a weekly basis for a meeting, so they're not there every day. But even by them being there on a weekly basis, that already is creating a parking issue for Lamar, who yet here comes in front of you to ask for the support of this project. So kind of conflicting, where we have to then now deal with notifying our tenant that we've got an issue with parking when all they're doing is coming to park where they're supposed to, but now add more multifamily units. I feel, yes, is it a good project? Yes, the number of units is what I would have a concern on. So thank you for your.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Whoever was next standing, please come forward. Welcome. If you just state your name and address for the record, please.
Name's Robert Wilson at 22 The Palisades in the Port Anne subdivision. One, I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you and give you my opinion. This is yet another high-density zoning proposal. At a previous meeting, I heard the council express concerns about the cumulative effect of the various proposals you've already approved, that we don't know the impact on services and on traffic and the environment. Just recently, Colonial Williamsburg has submitted their proposal to rezone 170 acres at the Visitor Center to include 550 or more residential units, on top of 160 units they previously sought for the Spotswood property and future development of the Green Course, with additional units exiting on the Quarter Path. At some point in time, and I think you get the sense, because I haven't seen this many people at this meeting for a while, is that the residents of the city wonder, when does our standard of living for the residents here start to be considered by the city council? It seems like you've hung out a sign for developers saying open for business for high-density housing. Well, we're not going to solve in the city of Williamsburg the affordable housing problem. It needs to be a collaborative approach with York County, James City County, and some thoughtful concerns given to what the cumulative impact of this high-density housing proposals are going to be on our lifestyle, on our traffic, and on our environment. There's Strawberry Plains, and I'll speak about that at the open forum. Just an embarrassment that thing got to this point in time. But at the end of the day, I think the city council owes it to the residents of the city to consider our lifestyle and the impact on the city and why we all moved here to begin with. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Thank you. Would you like to come forward? Standing in the back? No? Anybody would like to come forward?
Hi, my name is Daniel Abid. I'm the chef and owner of the Yucca French restaurant. And the reason why I'm here is basically I moved from York County 10 years ago to the city of Williamsburg, which has been at High Street for the last 10 years. Bought the property about a year and a half ago with assumptions that it would be still commercial, not residential. My concern is very simple. My clientele is about elderly people from Williamsburg, and they've been followers for a long time. And I'm worried if they can't find a place to park, or they have to go downstairs in the parking deck, they may not come anymore, not as much. And that's very simple. That's why parking is an issue for me. That's why I'm here for. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming forward. Would anybody else like to come forward to speak to this? Come on up, Ms. Lieber. State your name and address, please.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Miko Popovic, and I stay at 306 Patriot Lane. My question is, with all developments city has in plans. I'm just wondering about how that reflects all this expansion to the safety of our community. Expansion in density, obviously it's, you know, we're getting more and more people with this development. How that reflects on everything that we have at the moment in the city limits. Police department, fire department, are they ready to accommodate, let's say, 1,000 new people in just this development? You have 1,000 new people, you have affordable housing, which it's proven that it brings more criminal crime activities, and then you also have 200 units, you have 400 cars. Every unit has 2 cars. So it's not only the parking space, but it's just overall traffic. I know it says, you know, the commercial versus residential area that will decrease the traffic, but the truth is between 3 and 5 in rush hours, you're gonna have 100 cars line up on that small street to turn left or right. And then some places like Liaka, when they have the rush hour at 5 o'clock, which I enjoy to go, you're gonna have to wait in traffic, turn it right, turn it left, exit. So just overall, how that will be solved. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pons and the Williamsburg City Council. My name is Jacqueline Liebler. I am with Revolution Golf and Grill. Our family owns that. We are inside the Shops at High Street. We are building 1430, and we are occupying the units of 700 through 706. The original concept of Shops at High Street in 2005 was to build a mixed-use community similar to the James City County Newtown. In the past 7 years that we have been there, we have not seen it grow to its full potential. Completing these 2 vacant shopping lots allows the center to feel more complete and also gives a sense of community, which we all thrive on. I am truly grateful to be living or occupying an area where we also have the support of other businesses like Plaza Azteca, which is also here in Tipsy Bean, and Orange Theory. We've all discussed and spoken about this, and we are supportive of the 200 Class A project because we believe building an additional 189 units will significantly increase the exposure of our facilities to the new renters, all within walking distance to our businesses. Your support for the approval of this project would be greatly appreciated by many shop owners in and around the Shops at High Street. Thank you again for allowing me to speak, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Liebler. Would anybody else like to come forward? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing and come back to council for additional comments and questions. I guess a couple questions for Ms. Griffin, if I may. When projects like this come forward, is it part of our process to look at water usage and demands for services in the calculus for these types of projects?
For this particular project, there was a request from the city engineer. It doesn't look at the water usage as a whole. What it looks at is the water usage for the particular buildings, and what that is already on the property. So it looks at it, but not in the totality as presented by one of the speakers today. It would be looked at once the site plan and the building permits are come into the office.
But in general, I think I recall that staff looks at
stormwater. We look at
fire department looks at
fire department, police department, city engineers, VDOT, if it's on a VDOT right-of-way, planning department, and the building official all review plans before they come to the planning commission and the city council.
And so presumably, if any one of those departments had an issue, that would be part of the process that would unfold.
If any one of those departments have an issue, those issues are figured out, discussed, and talked about prior to it coming to the Planning Commission. So that's why sometimes you see the long process, because staff is doing their due diligence and making sure that before it gets to the Planning Commission, where it needs to be.
Good, thank you. And I do think that staff did its due diligence, and I appreciate all the time that you've taken and Planning Commission's taken, and thank you everyone for coming in and sharing your thoughts. For me, just looking at the different agenda items that we have to consider, and when we look first at the rezoning or creating a new zoning district, that in itself makes sense to me as it was laid out by Ms. Griffin. So that doesn't give me pause. Then also, I think some of the issues around parking, while I certainly do appreciate the sentiment of a few of one of the property owners and the tenant there, I almost think that is more of a landlord-tenant issue and not one that we're faced with, because as it's presented, the parking requirements are being met in the proposal. And so I think it really then steps out of our purview. And then in terms of offering apartments versus commercial space, do we need to approve anything? No, we don't have to approve anything, but, and could we suggest that those lots stay the same as they are today? Absolutely, we could, but there's an owner of that property and they have certain rights to offer them for sale. And in terms of how it's zoned, and I look at the history of that property, and when it was laid out by the original owner of that land, Dan Aston from Roseland Group, so many years ago, commercial was a different entity than it is today. I mean, I don't believe that we'll see retail commercial show up on that site. Now, Ms. Schultz certainly offers a compelling alternative, and certainly one that would be successful. I don't know that there's a whole lot of those opportunities. And then adding the housing, to Ms. Liebler's point, I think enhances the opportunity for commerce that's already there. So I haven't made my decision. I'm certainly looking forward to hearing from my colleagues on council. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, there's to me, I know this may not be required to go back to Planning Commission based on the changes that were identified, but obviously there's some different sides about the parking issue and having designated parking, which to me is a significant change from the original proposal. Also, Mr. Davis mentioned that the alternate density calculation is pretty detailed. Also, that maybe that staff's saying it's not in harmony with the comprehensive plan is a stretch. So all of those items, to me, give me the feeling that I think this should be presented to the Planning Commission again with the changes that were, they had issues with in the beginning. It's difficult for me as a council member when planning staff and planning commissions put a significant amount of work into this, reviewing this proposal, working with the applicant. Planning Commission had a 5-0-1 vote to deny this project. It's difficult for me to sit here and say that I can support this project without some of these details being worked out. Also, I appreciate the mayor's point about the landscape of commercial property has changed. One of my big concerns from the beginning of this project was that we lose that commercial property. And while it may not be in high demand right now, hopefully we all hope that in the future that's going to change, and we have potential of a sports complex coming forward that I hope is going to drive that commercial interest in the city of Williamsburg. I appreciate everyone that's sent us emails and spoke here today. Definitely take all of your comments very seriously. One thing I did want to allude to is one of the speakers talked about, affordable housing, and I wanted to make this point, and I made it with some of my council colleagues at different times. Everyone knows we had a affordable housing work group study in 2021 that indicated we needed to add 1,247 units across all income levels to address the housing need in Williamsburg. Since that time, in less than 2 years, we've approved 481 units. Not sure what income levels they end up at because they're not all completed, but those 481 units have been approved, which is 38% of that 1,247 number. So I do agree that, as one of the speakers stated, that affordable housing is definitely a GIO of this council, and we all support that, but I do think it's a regional problem, and have we looked at all the opportunities available to us to address it on a regional basis for the affordable housing component? I agree with some of the speakers on the statements about the density. It's, another 134 one-bedroom units, 55 two-bedroom units. I also wonder about the impact on city services with the 481 units that we've already approved, and how does this impact city services? And in my previous career, having been a city employee, I'm going to be knocking on the city manager's door with all of these approvals, asking for more staffing. So that's something we have to consider, and not often does the revenue from that equate to the additional staffing that's needed to provide the same level of city services. So a lot of reasons, I could go on, but I really believe that with the changes that have been made to this proposal, in order for me to support this proposal as is being presented today, either go back to the Planning Commission, or I'm just not in a position to support it today.
Ms. Grancher?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and thank you to everybody who spent obviously a lot of time and energy putting this proposal together, and also to the people who came and taking part of your day to come and speak and tell us your thoughts, and it's really appreciated. So I think that in general, there's a lot of positives to this proposal, and I definitely see that in some of the aspects of it. However, I do have concerns about the level of density, and I have almost an even bigger concern that, I wrote this down as well, that there are alternate density calculations. So that makes me wonder, okay, why? and what, and I understand why in some ways, but I think that, to the Vice Mayor's point, I would be much more comfortable if the Planning Commission was able to look at this, because if it is that the changes in the parking and how many seats are in the movie tavern change like the density calculations, and I would wonder, does this address some of their concerns? And I think the Vice Mayor said it well. Frankly, I think as where I'm sitting, I would need more input on how and if these changes address Planning Commission's unanimous, with one abstention, vote against this proposal. Does this help? Does this change? How does this impact the dialogue about this substantial proposal we have before us? And I also think, this is the question of creating the new zoning area. And potentially, I know there's, one calculation is that it doesn't increase it by that much. These are significant questions. And so I don't really feel that today I would feel comfortable supporting this proposal, but I would support sending it back to Planning Commission, getting their input, and then taking it from there. And I do understand that, this isn't something that is required. But I honestly think in times when we have significant questions such as these, where the impact on our community could be significant, that even though it's not required, it would be the right thing to do. So I would support sending it back to planning, but as of today, if we had to move forward, I would not support this proposal.
Ramsey?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you to the applicant for his presentation. I think a lot of questions were answered, and I appreciate the amount of time that's been spent by everyone. And this may be the best use of these two properties as far as being residential, but I too am concerned about the issues that came up before Planning Commission. I feel that their role is to provide guidance to City Council on the way that the project is going to be when it comes to us. And I would like them to have an opportunity to weigh in on the changes and to gauge their comfort level and acceptance with the changes. And this is not unusual because other projects that we have dealt with have gone back to Planning Commission, and it allows everyone an opportunity to sort of flush them out a little bit better. And I know that a lot of residential has been added to High Street over the past few years, and so I'm concerned about the density and the parking and just the overall experience that would be had there. So, thank you.
Mr. Rogers?
Well, I'll certainly echo my colleagues' points on thanking those that came to speak to us and have called beforehand and sent in emails. I do really appreciate that, and always try to start these comments in saying so. It's nice too to see this room packed, because sometimes there are council meetings where there's no one to provide public comment. So we appreciate you all coming and taking time out of your day. Maybe there's two things then for me is the last one to respond to. The first is thoughts on the proposal, and the second is what I'm hearing is a consensus building around an idea of asking our Planning Commission team to, again, consider this proposal. I can support such an idea, but I want to clarify that I do so from a place of support of the project. And I and the mayor have the distinction of being two folks on council who have previously served on Planning Commission. I want to make it clear, I very much value their position. They are the board that are experts in land use, as is our staff within the city. The reason that I would be comfortable moving forward today then on the first topic of do we let Planning Commission see this again, or does council see it now, and then later I'll address the proposal itself, is simply because if it goes in front of planning, it's the same project that we see today. And in that reason, if it is denied by planning, then we end up in the same situation that we're in now. And if it's approved by planning, then we end up with the same project that we're seeing now. In other words, if it's the same project either way, I feel that because the buck stops here, we should go ahead with a vote today. But because I do ultimately want to see the project approved, I will also support it going back in front of planning if that is the best path forward for it. My points on the project itself then, it's already been mentioned that since 2005, I believe it was, the original intention of Unit 6 and Unit 12 were commercial. But because of the changing nature of what it means to be retail or in a commercial business has, over the last near 2 decades, changed, there hasn't been the level of demand for commercial space that we would expect. And for that reason, and with the support of the commercial business owners that we've already heard from, some names being Tipsy Bean, Plaza Azteca, Revolution Golf and Grill, and others, I think housing is therefore the best use for that space. Parking is a very fair concern. There have been times where I rush into a council meeting just under the wire of 2 p.m. because I've been circling the parking lot looking for some. And so I recognize folks who, for instance, want to go to La Yaca, want parking that is close by. It was eye-opening for me and really unexpected to see the decrease in traffic if the parcel is saved for residential rather than commercial. So 77% less in overall average daily usage should the parcel remain residential, tells me that even if the best use ideally would be commercial, then that might actually exacerbate the problem that we would have with parking. Procedurally, I do wish it was coming with a better position of support, certainly staff's recommendation and Planning Commission's recommendation. The reason I'm comfortable considering it now, if we were to do that today, despite us seeming like we will be asking Planning Commission to review again, is because Planning Commission is a body appointed by council to consider the land use of a proposal. And for that reason, they have purposefully a limited scope. I think, and then a project coming in front of council gives us the ability to consider more broadly what are the other positive benefits of this parcel, considering commercial benefit to our business owners in the area, or certainly the benefit that the proffer would give of $7,750 per unit, or slightly under $1.5 million to seed our affordable housing fund. And to that point, I'll close on that. It's been mentioned twice today very fairly that we need to study affordable housing as a regional issue, and I agree with that. I was on in 2021 the Affordable Housing Work Group, as were Vaughn Polar from James City County and Abbott Woodall from York County, providing some of that regionality in our considering of housing need. Without going too much into the weeds, the work group found that there's a need, as could be expected, across all levels of the socioeconomic spectrum in Williamsburg. And so I see in the beginning of a summation, this proposal being a good one then for the city, not only because of some of the residential units that it provides, but also because that $1.5 million for an affordable housing fund could be used directly to address housing that we need elsewhere. A couple of the people who've spoken today said that we should consider the wishes of longtime residents. One of the challenges of being a long-term resident may be paying for an initial down payment or having a rehabilitation fund for an aging but historic home. And these are some of the ideas floated for what an affordable housing fund could provide, a fund that would come with this project. So for those reasons, I will plan, to my point, for the first thing I addressed, to support the project staying alive and going back in front of the Planning Commission. I wish it were something that we could vote on today, because I think holistically is a good product for Williamsburg. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I certainly do appreciate all the different perspectives. Yeah, so I think for me, I would, if we could vote on this today and approve it, I do think it's a good use for the property, and Mr. Rogers communicated that very well. In my experience in Williamsburg, lots of things have changed over the 56 plus years that I've been here. And one of the things that I'm always mindful of is we've got to continue to evolve. No one would want to be in Williamsburg of 1867, and thank God we've changed and we grew and we evolved. And moving forward, we're going to have to continue to do that, or I think more and more of us may likely not want to be here. So the housing there provides a great opportunity for people to live in the community, that support our communities, supports the services that we all take advantage of, whether it's in restaurants or cleaning service or grass cutting, employed within the city proper itself. We need these people, and that was clear with the study that was provided in concert with some professors at William and Mary that identified the housing crisis that we're in, and we're all aware of the housing crisis. I think this is a good location for it because it fits in with what's already there, and I think it doesn't offer but a minimal impact on the area, unlike what I saw at Penman Road. This fits in with the surrounding areas. And while it does create some additional traffic, I think it's easily more accommodated in that Richmond Road corridor. So if it's the will of council to see this go to Planning Commission, like Mr. Rogers, I would support that. If it's not the will to vote on this today, then if somebody would like to make a motion to that effect, we can entertain.
So I move to refer PCR 23-003, 23-003A, and PCR 23-004 back to the Planning Commission for their reconsideration, including the changes made by the applicant.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Ms. McKay, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Kern Shear?
Aye.
Thank you. Next is item E on the agenda, consideration and action regarding PCR number 23-01, approving an update to the design review guidelines. Ms. Griffin. Would you like to come forward and speak?
I didn't know there was a dog.
Ms. Griffin, thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon once again. I'll be saying that about two more times today. The purpose of the design review guidelines is to communicate the established rules and processes for architectural changes to the exterior of buildings in the AP1, AP2, and AP3, and the corridor protection, our CP district. The guidelines are compatible with the Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, and in the 2021 Comprehensive Plan, it requested that the guidelines be updated. So beginning in February of 2020, the City Council and the Architecture Review Board held a work session. Before I move any further, I want to make sure that everyone knows where our architectural preservation and protection districts are. The gold area is our AP1, that is the center of the city and covers the CW properties in the historic area. We then have AP2, AP3, and our CP is the yellow. Our CP really concentrates on aesthetics and not so much preservation. It is the corridors or gateways into our city. I'll start with the three main goals of the revisions to the guidelines. First, the ARB was asked to provide more flexibility in material and color choice. Two, they were asked to differentiate between structures within a designated historic district from those within an ARB designated historic district. And then three, to examine demolition criteria in residential areas, particularly in the AP2 and AP3 districts. As you can imagine, as time went on, several other things were noticed that needed to be revised, and I'll go through those during this presentation. First, I wanted to give you a schedule. Again, this process started in February of 2020, and the revisions have been updated since December of 2021. The joint meeting with City Council held with the ARB was October of 22. And then there were subsequent meetings held and workshops and public hearings held by the ARB. The Planning Commission in January of 2023 held their public hearing, and they approved the recommendation, they gave a recommendation of approval to the City Council at their February 15th meeting. City Council met on March 9th. It was tabled at that time. And then April 13th, City Council met and asked that the ARB review the AP3 districts and also the CP districts. June 26th of last year and July 24th of last year, the ARB held two work sessions to review the request of the City Council, and I'll go through those specifically. And then in September of last year, the ARB approved revisions to Chapter 10 by the request of the corridor of the City Council, and Chapter 10 is our corridor protection district. So one of the main things that the ARB wanted to do, as requested by the City Council, was to differentiate between buildings in historic districts that may be historic and those that just may be old. One of the ways that this was done was first starting with the period of significance. And this is the length of time when a property is associated with important events, activities, or persons, or attain the characteristics that qualify it for National Register listing. This period usually begins when a significant activity takes place in the particular subdivision, or it starts at the date of construction. And then they went on to look at contributing and non-contributing structures. This is not anything new to the historic preservation world, but it is a new introduction into the design review guidelines. And what this does, and in every property within the city, within the AP districts, and within the AP1 through AP3 districts, each property is identified as being contributing or non-contributing. And that is each structure on the property, whether it's a main structure or an accessory structure such as a shed or a detached garage. Contributing, this definition is, the term refers to a building, a site, a structure, or object that adds to the historic associations, historic architectural qualities, or archaeological values for which a property is significant. This can be one, because it was present during the period of significance, or it independently meets the National Register criteria. Also, non-contributing. The term non-contributing refers to a building site that doesn't do what contributing does. It was not present during the period of significance. It has alterations, disturbances, or additions or changes that no longer possesses historic integrity or is capable of yielding important information about the period, and it does not independently meet the National Register criteria. So what has been done is that in each AP1, AP2, and AP3 district, each building has been differentiated as contributing and non-contributing. Within the AP1 and AP2 districts, there are some 61% of buildings that are now considered non-contributing. And in the AP3 district, there are 50% of the buildings that are considered non-contributing. This just gives you a kind of a description of what Chapter 4 looks like. Here you have Chandler Court neighborhood. It is listed on the National Register. This gives a brief synopsis of why Chandler Court is important, why it's listed on the National Register. It tells you the date of its significance, and also gives you just a few pictures of some houses in Chandler Court. This is for Braxton Court. Braxton Court at this time is ineligible for the National Register, but it tells you why Braxton Court is important. It gives its period of significance, and then it also gives you some pictures of the houses. In Chapter 4 is where a property owner can learn if they're non-contributing or if they're contributing, and if they are eligible for the National Register. One thing that we heard from City Council was that you wanted this to be not only provided in this book, but also provided on the website. So if you go on our website on the property card, you'll be able to see your building today, if it's non-contributing or if it's contributing. And this, again, just gives you an overview of some of the neighborhoods. It shows you, for example, for College Terrace neighborhood, there's a total of 62 structures. 42 of those structures are contributing, and 20 are non-contributing. And I'll get into in a moment why this designation is important. This, again, gives you just a few more neighborhoods to show what this looks like in the guideline book. So the next few slides are broken down by opportunities. What were some things that were seen in the guideline book that needed to change? And then how did the ARB make those changes? So opportunities. The guidelines should be different for structures within a federally designated historic district and those within an ARB designated historic district. The ARB wanted to provide flexibility and material choice, and so that was done through providing non-contributing and contributing structures. The new guidelines differentiate and provide this. If a property is non-contributing, then alternative materials will be considered by the ARB. A non-contributing structure can have any window material allowed for new construction. An applicant can appeal their designation. So this means if an applicant's home is seen as contributing, they can appeal to the board, to the ARB as non-contributing. If there is a structure that is considered non-contributing, they can appeal and request to be contributing. And regardless of status, whether non-contributing or contributing, additions can use all materials approved for new construction. And that is in the AP1, AP2, AP3 districts. This just gives you an overview of the designation of non-contributing and contributing structures. This started pre-1991. All the neighborhoods in the city were within a local historic district and required review of exterior changes that can only be seen from the public right-of-way. And this is every neighborhood in the city. In 1992, Fraser Associates Architects completed a survey of neighborhoods. In 2013, staff updated the 1992 listings to identify buildings that are 50 years or older. And then in 2021, staff updated the 2013 listing to designate buildings as contributing or non-contributing. That process started in 2021. Period of significance. Again, this is a year the subdivision plat was recorded, or the last year that the majority of the homes were constructed. And then how do we determine non-contributing? If the structure was constructed no less than 50 years, it was constructed outside of the period of significance, or there has been removals or alterations to historically or architecturally significant features, like windows, doors, or siding. This just gives you a snapshot of some houses in the AP1 district. In starting this process, a lot of people felt, or we got several comments, that would there be any buildings in AP1 that were non-contributing? And the answer is yes. So this just gives you an overview of some of those buildings in the AP1. Again, the AP1 and AP2 districts, there are 61% of the buildings there are non-contributing. AP2, and then some examples in AP3. And these are all pictures of non-contributing structures. So another opportunity that the board was faced with was allowing flexibility in material choice. And then also the significance of the property should be considered when determining if substitute materials are appropriate. The council requested to allow flexibility on exterior and window materials. You also asked the ARB to look into modern materials and how frequently they should be used. And then the city council requested that the ARB consider cost when requiring materials. The guidelines now allow properties listed as non-contributing to use materials approved for new construction, including wood, brick, cementitious siding, wood, composite, and stucco. This is in the AP1, 2, and 3 districts. Regardless of status, whether a building is contributing or non-contributing, additions can also use materials approved for new construction. And the new guidelines allow solid synthetic material as approved fence material in all districts. In regards to windows, if a window is existing, if a home is existing and the building is a contributing structure, we still require wood to be used for window restoration. Other window types can be replaced with windows allowed for new buildings or additions. So in the AP1, AP2, AP3 district, if it is not a wood window, other window types can be replaced with windows allowed for new buildings or additions. Alternative window material allowed is wood, vinyl clad wood, or pre-finished aluminum clad. Demolition, there were some questions about the process used for demolition. This did not change. The process already in place was very descriptive, and there are 7 questions that must be asked and answered by the applicant when suggesting or asking the ARB to consider demolition. The first is whether the building or neighborhood in which it is located is listed on the National Register. The second is if the building has historic and architectural value, the effect of the demolition on other properties in the surrounding neighborhood, the type and quality of the project that will replace the building, what the comprehensive plan goals are for historic preservation, the current condition of the building, and the economic feasibility of restoring the building. These criteria were already in place, and so the ARB felt there was no need to change these. I think you guys have seen at least one application come before you requiring demolition, and these are the questions that are requested at this time. Colors. There were varied opinions on what should happen with colors, and so the opportunities where color choices should be expanded or eliminated in certain commercial areas. The color choices for commercial areas are just fine, and nothing has to change. And then there were questions about logos that are non-conforming with allowable palette, if buildings should, if signs should be required to have, if they have a logo, if they have a trademark, is that good enough? Do they have to actually use the required colors within the ARB districts? So 11 additional paint colors for uses in all districts are now allowed if this is approved. The entire Colonial Williamsburg Benjamin Moore color palette can be used for signs. That is a significant change. And in the corridor protection, residential and commercial areas, the focus will be on aesthetics versus preservation. Right now, the guidelines are heavily into preservation, even in the corridor protection district. So as stated before, at the April meeting last year of City Council, there were some additional requests. And so I'll go through those, and then I'll tell you what the ARB has done to answer those requests. First, there was some question on whether the City Council was requesting some language changes in the AP1 and AP2 districts. That was not a request of City Council. City Council was requesting changes in the AP3 and CP districts, specifically for siding and for windows. You also wanted to see if there could be an inclusion of diversity of alternative materials with no emphasis particularly on vinyl. So the ARB came back with no changes to the AP3 district. And the reason is because the AP district is a locally designated historic district that follows Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. The ARB concluded that the approach to identify structures as contributing and non-contributing provides the opportunity for flexibility in the AP3 district. Again, right now, 50% of the buildings in the AP3 district are considered non-contributing. And if non-contributing, they have more flexibility in their material choices. So, an answer to the request for changes in the CP district, the ARB concluded that since the purpose of the CP district is aesthetics and not preservation, revisions should be made to this district that will allow more flexibility in material choices. And those changes are as follows. High-quality vinyl is allowed as a replacement material on existing buildings that don't currently have synthetic material. For existing buildings with synthetic materials, replacements with other siding may be acceptable. This language provides flexibility where currently the guidelines specify the type of synthetic materials allowed. Accepted materials for new residential buildings and additions are brick, wood, stucco, high-quality vinyl. This is the major change. Right now, high-quality vinyl is not allowed in the CP district by right. Cementitious siding and engineered wood products with the matte finish. Also in the CP district, muttons have to be on the exterior of the window, and the change is now that what muttons can be on the interior or the exterior in the CP district. Staff has reviewed the recommendations, and staff recommends approval of PCR 23001, the update to the design review guidelines. In hearing from City Council, there were other changes that City Council asked us to make and just have the layout of the guidelines. Those changes have been made. There were questions about the application. We have changed the application. The application is more user-friendly. We now also have the capability to be able to welcome new owners that are in our AP1 through AP3 districts and our CP districts to the city. We send them a postcard, and we will start this process soon. We have the capability to know those addresses, send them a card, and welcome them and let them know that they are in a historic area. And also to give them a link to the guidelines and our phone number so that if they have any questions, we can answer them for us. A lot of times people may come and say they don't know that they're in a district, and now we have the ability to welcome them and to let them know that they're in a district. We've also going to be applying for grants to do some PR with the ARB. We know that the ARB actually approves more than 70% of their applications. However, that may not be the perception of the ARB, and so we're rolling out some PR to help with that perception. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to help and happy to answer them. And also, we have the chairman and other members of the ARB here to answer questions.
Good. Thank you, Ms. Griffin. I don't have any questions.
No questions from me.
I have a question. So actually, one of them was, I think, on your very first slide, and it's just really background, something that it says, one of the goals of the revisions, differentiating between structures within a designated historic district from those within an ARB designated historic district. So when you say just designated by whom? Like, who is the other possible designation besides, say, the National Register?
Yes. So this is one thing that the city council wanted the ARB to do. So a ARB designated district is a zoning district, and then you have the National Register where you have a national district. You can be a national district and not be an ARB designated district. And so council was requesting the ARB to differentiate between those. That wasn't particularly done. What was done instead was the non-contributing and the contributing methodology. Yes.
Okay. And then the other question I had, let me see, I think might have been, just kind of going back on the same thing as a designation. So, in here, the response was that the AP3 district is a locally designated historic district that follows the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. That following the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, that is a choice, right? That's just a choice that we are making to follow those?
That is a choice that we've made since the inception of the districts.
Okay.
It gives us special status, certified local government status, and it simply says that when we look at historic preservation, we will follow the Secretary of Interior standards. So instead of replacement, we look at restoration, and we look at rehab first before we remove.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I know we've been talking about this for a long time. One of the questions sort of goes back to Councilwoman Kern-Shears about contributing and non-contributing. You made a reference that this is done elsewhere. So is this considered a standard practice in other communities to have contributing and non-contributing structures?
Yes, it's actually a common standard in historic preservation to have non-contributing, contributing structures. When you have a national register, the survey that is done will advise if a building is contributing or non-contributing. We have those surveys in our office, and those surveys are also located on the Virginia Department of Historic Resources, and it says if a building is contributing or non-contributing.
And because it's contributing or non-contributing doesn't really indicate the status of its maintenance or how well it's preserved by the owner or anything else.
It does not.
Okay. And lastly, 2 questions more. So Benjamin Moore, you said that the number of colors has been increased for the full palette. Do we know what the number is in that palette and what it was as far as the increase allowed now?
I can count them. I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know what it is, but it's 11 more than before in the AP1, AP2, and AP3 districts. For the CP district, in regards to signs, it now opens up the entire Williamsburg Benjamin Moore color palette. Right now, persons coming in for a sign revert to Chapter 7 of the guidelines with just the approved colors that are in the booklet now.
Okay, so it's felt that that'll make a significant difference
Oh,
for
yes.
people requesting sign
Yes,
coloration.
yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned sending a postcard to new homeowners. Have you thought about doing something to realtors so that people who are looking at a house are aware of their contributing, non-contributing, what they would need to do, status?
Yes, we are. I just did not mention that, but yes, we plan to do the same thing for realtors. I spoke at a seminar for realtors, and we mentioned that, and we're trying to figure out ways that we could get them this information. So yes, we are working on that.
Okay, thank you.
Hello again, Director Griffin. I just have two questions. The first is for those that are living in or purchasing a contributing structure. I'm curious about the appeals process to become a non-contributing structure, particularly as it relates to the ARB's decision-making for allowing contributing or non-contributing. One concern I have is a higher cost of materials for maintaining a contributing home, and I'm curious if the ARB would take into account not only higher cost of materials, but potential higher efficiency in more modern materials as far as the building envelope and maintaining the heat and the cooling. If I am speaking in front of the ARB with a contributing home requesting an appeal to non-contributing, would they take into account arguments along the line of the efficiency of more modern material?
I don't want to speak for the ARB. The chairman is here, but I can tell you the thought of that is that it's not based on a particular hardship. Just like if you come before the ARB now, they'll hear your arguments about that, but it's based on the guidelines. And so the contributing and versus non-contributing is solely based on if you believe your property was rightfully placed as contributing because you have elements on your home that have been removed that you no longer feel that it should be considered historically contributing. So it's not really based on the cost or energy efficiency.
Yep.
And I'll defer to the,
I would suggest that the hardship could be owned by Williamsburg if there are contributing structures that over the years, not believing that there would be many, but some, choose to not update the structure because of high cost when other material options are out there. So it may not be one written into the guidelines of ARB consideration on hardship financially, but I think it is a fair thing to consider for our local residents with the new available material that both is more cost effective, but also is lending towards facilities building efficiency.
Okay.
The second question I have is if I have a contributing structure and I have an addition put on, is the entirety of a structure then considered non-contributing? Or is there a core contributing, an addition that's non-contributing?
the addition would be non-contributing. You can have, now existing, you can have a contributing home, but a non-contributing accessory use, because it's based on the period of significance.
Okay, so I might be regulated to have two different types of windows on the first floor of a home if I have an addition put on one side, but the house itself was constructed in a period of significance and therefore restricted on materials used.
One thing that the ARB works very hard to do is to make sure that it's compatible, and that if that happens, that you would not be able to tell that based on the massing of the building, based on the, trying to think of the word, trying to think of the window. Oh, gosh. The answer is no. Not, but I'm trying to think of a word, and I've lost track of the word. But no, the answer is no.
Okay. Well, those are all my questions. I appreciate all the ARB's consideration on this. I think holistically it allows for more material usage. I want to make sure we don't also add on to a bureaucratic process with different delineations. I think overall it's fair to our local residents. So thank you for your work and the ARB's work. Okay.
It's the profile. Gosh, I cannot think of that. Okay,
Profile.
thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Griffin. Well, if there's no other questions, I'll open the public hearing and invite anybody to come forward that wishes to speak to this. Ms. Kaiser, on here, you said subject, pick one. Did you want to speak on this one? Hi there.
You know, I listened to all these proposals, and it's starting to make sense why there's such strong indications for traffic circles now in Williamsburg. Because it sounds like my classic phrase of the goose that laid the golden egg, and we're busy slaughtering the goose with 1,000 paper cuts. I'm afraid that the comment you made, Mayor Pons, about the inevitability of growth and change, I'm afraid we're going to swallow that one without thinking about it. The qualities that I think many of us attribute to this town is how different it is, how unique it is, how special it is. And then I hear these pushes to keep up with the trends of how places need to evolve and change and grow and become more modern, and that's anathema to Williamsburg. What makes us still special almost 100 years later is that we've tried to retain that spirit of preservation and aesthetics. Part of me wishes, Ms. Griffin, that you'd had those ARB changes 20 years ago when we put up this stupid addition and we had to use all, you know, natural wood. We would have saved a ton of money if we had the ability to flex in some of the building materials we used, but it wouldn't be the same. The historic area relies on its authenticity and its adherence to the original, maybe is not the right word, it's trying to maintain its original self so that those who come along can appreciate it. I worry that those criteria for significance for 2024, 2025 is going to be when Williamsburg lost it. And I don't want to live in a place that is like everywhere else. I don't want to live in Hampton or Newport News or a downtown urban area. We're second on the list of small towns, small southern towns. Okay, we're second. We could be first. But instead, it feels like we're going to just fall right off the list. Who wants to live in a place where there's so much traffic and there's so many people you can't see what it is you moved there for? Please consider. Keep Williamsburg, Williamsburg, please.
Thank you, Ms. Kaiser. Thank you. Would anybody else like to come speak to the guidelines? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and come back to council for conversation and consideration. First, I'd like to thank Ms. Griffin and certainly the ARB members that spent a great deal of time over a number of years, and I don't even know how many meetings, dozens probably, on this subject, and applaud you all for your efforts to take into consideration additional colors and materials that have kind of evolved to be worthy of consideration. I think the addition of contributing and non-contributing certainly allows for a path forward when it comes to material usage. It maybe makes things easier, but I don't believe it deters from the value of our community at all. So thank you for the work that you've done, and I look forward to supporting this. Vice Mayor.
I too would like to say, Ms. Griffin, thank you for all the work, and Mr. Spence and all the ARB. I can tell you in the meetings that we had discussing this, while we've been discussing this a long time, I appreciate the conversation because I was educated even more on ARB guidelines and why things are the way they are. And I do believe that non-contributing and contributing provides some flexibility, and maybe 2 or 3 years down the road, we figure out that that's not providing the flexibility that the community wants, but I think we have to allow time for this to work itself out, and I do think it's a positive move, so thank you for all the work on that.
Yes, thank you. This obviously has been going on. You know, I know it started before COVID, and then the process got interrupted, and when being on council was just a gleam in my eye, this was getting started. So, this predates my time here, up here. And so I do think that there are positives to these changes and allowing for more flexibility in a strategic way. And I really appreciate how there is a effort and need to balance preserving a structure and preserving an aesthetic. And I understand that that can be difficult sometimes to draw where the line is. Are we trying to preserve this building, or are we trying to preserve what this building looks like, or once looked like, or should look like, or what have you? So I do appreciate that effort. I do, if I'm being honest, I do worry, kind of echoing Councilman Rogers' questions, that sometimes in the pursuit of preserving a structure, we might actually be setting up a system where our oldest and most significant structures are the ones that are falling apart because it is too expensive and onerous to fix them. And what I would not want to see is that as you drive down our street, I'd be like, oh, well, that must be a contributing structure because that's the one that's falling apart and hasn't been fixed. Because it's a real concern. And I do understand, though, that there are a lot of people working very hard to find this balance in our community. And I do think that this is a positive step towards flexibility, but I think that, we don't want to just say, okay, well, that's it. I think kind of like seeing how these play out. But, I plan to be in Williamsburg for a long time. And I hope that, we are thinking about how do we make sure that preserving our structures is actually something that people can do, and that isn't out of reach, and that we don't have some disproportionate impacts from some of the ways that we try to, in all good intent, to improve our community. So I am going to support, and hopefully the mayor over here is, I'm killing him over here. I'm hopeful that.
So profound. It's
Oh my God, I'm bringing tears to his eyes. But I do intend to support these changes. I do think there's flexibility, but I think we always want to keep an eye on how best just to preserve our community and where we are. So thank you.
Apologies.
You okay? So thank you. I only have a couple things to add. Vice Mayor Dent and I met with members of the ARB and went through a number of things. And as he said, feel that the contributing and non-contributing needs to have some time to see how it impacts. One thing I will say as far as the cost, I think there's a differentiation between people who own a house in an AP district who can't afford to make the changes and those who can afford but don't care to make any changes and upkeep their properties. And those are the ones that I tend to have a little more issue with. One thing that we didn't talk about that came up in our meetings is the last time that a complete survey of neighborhoods was done was 1992. And I think we feel that in the 32 years, there have been changes in the neighborhoods, and also, are some neighborhoods included that perhaps should be in a different district? Are there neighborhoods that aren't included that should be in a district of significance? So I would like to see us sort of put that on the radar as we can for a future project. Otherwise, I'm willing to support this first step today.
And as am I. The interesting part about the AP districts is they surround the heart of Williamsburg, geographically speaking, that heart being William and Mary. With that college comes college students, and with that comes a demand for rentals, and really a place to stay, and with that comes rentals. And so the reason I ask around contributing and non-contributing and costs is that I think we have some well-maintained houses here that students live in, and we have some that aren't maintained as much, sometimes at all. I've shared publicly, I lived for 2 years in a house and never once met my landlord, they didn't live in Williamsburg, they never visited, never even talked to them on the phone. So the reason why I am glad we're making this step, but also want us to consider maybe the effect of it in 5 years, 10 years in a sort of review is, does adding this layer, does it protect those houses that are contributing like I think it might? Or does it end up meaning that down the line, the point was brought up about realtors, if you're a contributing structure, well, that value of the home is going to be potentially lower because of the lack of ability to utilize more modern technology, and then is it going to be more costly to live in? I'm not saying that's happening, and I don't think we're heading in that direction, but it's a potential with the program, and one that should be studied, its effect years from now. So I'm overall glad that we are relaxing some of the restrictions to materials which from the road would look just like what has been in place historically, but be easier on homeowners to update their properties. And I'm excited to support and appreciative of staff and the ARB's work considering these design review guideline changes.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Apologize for the coughing outburst there. Would you like to make a motion then?
So I move to approve PCR 23-001, an update of the design review guidelines.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher?
Aye.
Okay, takes us to consideration and action regarding PCR number 24-001, proposing amendments to the ordinance to add a private educational facility as a use allowed in the B1 zoning district with a special use permit, Ms. Griffin, sorry,
Yes, okay.
get it together.
The city has received a request from Jonathan S. Bender to amend the B1 zoning district to allow a private educational facility. This particular facility is defined as a for-profit or not-for-profit business, the purpose of which is to teach a group of students drawn from the public information, skills, or trades for a fee. Currently, the B1 district does not allow private educational facilities. It does allow public elementary, middle, and high schools, also allows for college or university, but it does not allow for a private educational facility. So when Mr. Bender came into the office and wanted to open a conservatory, he was not able to do so. The process in which he can request that is through a zoning text amendment. The B1 district the purpose of that district is to promote harmonious development and redevelopment in the downtown area and areas adjacent to Colonial Williamsburg and the college. The zoning regulations for this area are designed to maintain and encourage small-scale pedestrian character and to have a mix of uses that are commercial, residential, office, and institutional. This gives you just a snapshot of where the B1 district is located. William and Mary is in green. Actually, where we are is also the Stryker Center is shown in this map also. So what we propose to Mr. Bender is that in creating this district, that the private educational facility be by special use permit. Special uses are those uses which, if not specifically regulated by the ordinance, can have an undue impact or be incompatible with adjacent properties. And so we feel that a benefit of requiring a special use permit associated with that is because you would have the public review and analysis of a particular facility. You'll have a public hearing, you'll have open communication, and then it will also ensure that the use is compatible with the community character. Not all educational facilities may be wanted in this particular B1 area. So we feel that because of the current uses already in the B1 district, again, I've alluded to all of the educational facilities that are currently allowed, because we believe that this could be compatible in general to the B1 district, and we also believe because the B1 district is next to Merchant Square and the college, we believe that providing private educational facilities will bring some vibrancy, more vibrancy to our downtown. Because of that reason, staff does recommend approval of PCR 24001. And at their Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission also voted unanimously to recommend approval of PCR 24001. Have any questions? Happy to answer that.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Are there any questions for the director?
So just a confirmation that this is not changing the B1 district, it's just adding another sort of use to it.
Yes, this is adding another use, specifically a private educational facility which would require a special use permit.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any questions? No? All right, we will open the public hearing, and if anybody would like to come forward to speak to this, please come forward. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and come back to council. I think, it's an easy use, and I think Ms. Griffin hit on some of the highlights of it, adding some vibrancy and just a little bit more pedestrian traffic getting down with young people learning music. It's, it's a good thing. It's a great location for that, so.
Yeah, I agree, appropriate use, so I'm ready to support it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Find it compatible.
Okay, would anybody like to make a motion?
So I move that City Council approve PCR 24-001.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Ms. McKay, please.
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher?
Aye.
Okay. Consideration and action regarding PCR number 24-002 to allow Bender Music Conservatory, a private educational facility, to operate in the B1 district.
So now that the City Council has approved the zoning text amendment, Mr. Bender, on behalf of Bender Conservatory, is now asking specifically for Bender Conservatory to locate at 218 North Boundary Street in the B1 district as a private educational facility. Anytime we look at special use permits, we have to answer 6 questions, and I'll go into those 6 questions. But first, what we'll start with is the purpose of the Bender Conservatory. First, Mr. Bender will teach private music instruction for all standard musical instruments. He will create and rehearse choral and musical ensembles at the location, and also teach computer classes and possibly other classes of proper artistic and occasional value. Again, this is the exact location of where Bender Conservatory will be located, 218 North Boundary Street. And then looking at the 6 criteria required by Section 21-42, first is a comprehensive plan. It must be in harmony with the comprehensive plan. Staff has reviewed this application and feels that it is in harmony. It must be in harmony with the zoning district. For reasons stated previously, we do find that this particular use is in harmony with the zoning district. It must also be in character of adjacent properties. We believe that it fits this criteria also. The last 6, that it must be adequately served by essential public services. This is a building that has been there for several years. It is adequately served, and nothing will change about that. The preservation of significant features. There are no archaeological, ecological, or scenic or historic things of historic importance to this particular property, and also the site layout. He is not changing anything about the site. The only thing that may be changed, he may add a sign, which will go through the ARB for approval. For that reason, staff is recommending approval of PCR 24002 because it meets all the criteria of a special use permit, and the Planning Commission, once again, voted unanimously to recommend approval of PCR 24002.
Questions? Would anybody like to come forward during the public hearing? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and come back to council for action.
Well, I think it makes sense to allow him to have this facility. Again, I think it brings another use to downtown, and I'm in favor of it.
Like to make a motion?
So I move that City Council approve PCR 24-002.
Second?
Second, thank you, Ms. McKay.
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher?
Aye.
Okay, takes us to item H, which is consideration and action regarding the PCR number 24-003 to amend previously approved special use permit to add an additional to add retail establishment on the first floor of the Armstead House. Ms. Griffin? are you good?
Yes, so here is a picture of the Armistead House, and as you just stated, they're asking for a special use permit to be able to allow retail space on the first floor. The city council originally, on May 10th of 2007, approved a special use permit for the operation of this hotel with 6 bedrooms. Also, the special use permit required a minor site plan submission to include ADA access and parking spaces. A landscape plan with specific numbers of trees and plantings was also required, and then each room or suite had to have a restroom or a bathroom. They are in compliance with their special use permit. But now, in requesting an addition to the special use permit, they must go through this process. Section 21-47 of the zoning ordinance allows us internally to review if it would be a minor change to a special use permit or a major change. We concluded that number 1, under minor changes, it does not change the general character of the approved special use permit. We felt that the adding of the retail space would change the use of the hotel. And the reason is because the retail space is not only for the hotel patrons, but it's a public retail space. And so for that reason, we believe that it was a major change, which required them to go back through the special use permit process. This gives a floor plan of the first floor. Here, we just wanted you to see that approximately 1,300 square feet of the first floor will be retail space. They are not removing any of their bedrooms. They do have a suite on the first floor that has 2 bedrooms. They're just taking one of those bedrooms offline. They will still have 6 suites that are required by their original special use permit. Again, in looking at special use permits, we look at 6 criteria: comprehensive plan, zoning districts, public services, in character with the adjacent neighborhoods. Staff has reviewed this and feels that they meet all of these 4 criteria. We also look at if there's going to be a loss or destruction of ecological, scenic, or historic importance, and if they're changing anything to their site design. They're not changing anything to the site design. The only changes will be interior of the space on the first floor. So for that reason, staff is recommending approval of PCR 24003 for a special use permit to allow the Armistead House Inn to have first floor retail. And the Planning Commission came to the same conclusion at their meeting, recommending approval of PCR 24003. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, and the applicant is also here to answer questions.
So, Ms. Griffin, so just so I understand, so there won't be signs advertising retail business?
They have not, we have not discussed signs. If they did want a sign, it would have to be in compliance with the current zoning ordinance, and also would have to go through the ARB. So this is a public retail space, so I can't imagine that they would not have to have signage, would not want to have signage, but I could open that question up to the applicant.
No questions, thank you.
Well, I was going to wait till the public hearing, then I'll invite you up, and then maybe you can answer the question.
I have no questions.
All right, with that, I'll open the public hearing, and if you'd like to come forward and answer the question. You look great. Got too much hair.
No, on the signage, we really just haven't thought that far ahead. We obviously, I think, would like to have a sign, and it would have to go through the ARB and the various permit process.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Would anybody else like to come forward and speak to this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and come back to council for discussion. I'll just kick it off. It strikes me to be a nice little addition to, a quaint business there, and certainly I think the impact isn't going to be so significant. It's not going to generate, hopefully it generates enough business, but hopefully it's not going to generate a great deal of automobile traffic and that type of thing.
Yeah,
Well, just speaking from personal experience, when I stay at B&Bs and small boutique hotels, they often have items for sale, and sometimes it's just a little reminder or souvenir, so I'm all in favor of adding this option to the Armstead House.
Would like to make a motion?
So I move that City Council approve PCR 24-003.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. McKay?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher?
Aye.
Okay, takes us now to consideration and action regarding the vacation of an alley right-of-way between 418 and 502 Pocahontas Street. Ms. Shelton.
Mayor and members of council, in this neighborhood, there was dedicated to the city a right-of-way to access a little alley behind each one of the houses in the neighborhood, which is 18 feet wide. In between 502 and 418 Pocahontas Street, there's a right-of-way access to that alley. Those are paper streets that were platted with the subdivision, but the city of Williamsburg has never installed those streets. They've never been improved. And over time, property owners have come to city council and requested that the city vacate portions of those streets that are adjacent to their properties, which is something that city council can do. And if city council does that, then the process is for the city to split that right-of-way into and offer half of it to the neighboring properties on either side of the right-of-way. So the owner of 418 has asked city council to consider vacating the right-of-way, which is 40 feet wide, between his property and the next door property. He's also asked city council to consider vacating the 18-foot alley that runs behind his house. The city assessor has determined that the fair market value of the total property, which is about 1/10 of an acre, is $4,600. That cost is divided between the two property owners. They're given then the option to purchase that piece of property from the city of Williamsburg. But the first thing that has to happen in order to do that is for city council to consider the vacation of those paper streets. And so that's what's before city council today.
Questions?
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
So I only have one question. So what if the owners say, I don't want to pay, one owner says, I don't want to pay $2,000?
So the alley remains vacated, but the city would continue to own it.
Okay.
And then if that owner, at a future date, or future owner decided they wanted to purchase, they wouldn't have to come through this process?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, with that, I'll open the public hearing. If anybody would like to come forward and speak to this? Yes, sir. Just state your name and address for the record.
Yep, my name is Yogendra Patil. I live on 418 Pocahontas Street. So just wanted to thank you guys for taking my question into consideration. And the reason I asked for this is because my house over there is one of the newer houses made in 2021. And the rest of the neighborhood is growing eventually. And the alley was, it was city's property, and city was responsible to maintain it over the years. But we haven't seen anyone doing any work over there, like mowing or maintaining it or any drainage issues or something like that. So I used to do it myself. I used to maintain it myself. And eventually what happened is some of the people in the neighborhood or my neighbors started parking their RVs and then their trucks or whatnot doing repairs and stuff. And I have been in constant touch with the city engineer and the planning commission office about what we should do about it. And when I started this conversation in May of 2023, my questions were bounced off. They were like, you cannot do this. You are not allowed to do it. And on the other hand, I would see the city engineer meet my neighbor saying that, oh yeah, it's fine. We are not going to let him take the right of way. So being a VDOT employee myself, I work in land acquisition. And the landmark was one of my projects this afternoon. So this was something that did not sound right to me. So then I came in to the city office and talked with Christina and the zoning administrators, and then they gave me the right direction on how do we do it. So what I wanted to say is, if someone comes in with a reasonable request, we should guide them in the right direction and not think that this guy would not know anything. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'll close the public hearing and come back to council for consideration and conversation.
Consistent with what we've done in the past, so
Right.
it's pretty straightforward.
I would agree. Thank you.
Okay, so I move that city council vacate the 40-foot right-of-way between 502 and 418 Pocahontas Street and the 16-foot right-of-way immediately behind 418 Pocahontas Street, and authorize staff to offer the property for purchase to the adjacent property owners, and to take the necessary actions to sell the property to the adjacent property owners should they desire to purchase the property for the fair market value as determined by the city assessor.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. McKay.
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernshire?
Aye.
Okay, so that takes us to reports, and first is the monthly financial statement. Mr. Director Dameron.
Good afternoon. I want to start my report with the general fund. Overall, the general fund revenues are in line with the budget, with 64% of budget received as of February. Real estate is at 52% of the budget, which is what we would expect at this time of year. Business personal property tax is at 104% of budget, and personal property taxes at 97% of budget. At the end of February, 28% of the budget for the business, professional, and occupational license has been realized. And as of today, when I looked, we've realized 97% of that. As of February, lodging tax is at 56% of the budget, and the revenue realized is 2% less than February of 2023, or 2.8%, excuse me, less. Meals tax is at 60% of the budget, and an increase of 2% compared with February of 2023. I just want to note that in February of 2023, lodging tax had increased 10% compared to February of 22, and meals tax had increased 13% compared to February of 22. Sales tax revenue is at 57% of budget and is an increase of 5.5% compared with last year. In February of 23, the increase compared to February of 22 was 19%. Historic sales tax is at 62% of the budget and has increased 10.7% compared to last year. In February of 23, the historic sales tax had increased 23% compared to February of 22. And the $2 lodging tax is at 56% of budget and a decrease of 3.7% compared to last year. The reason I note some of the comparisons in 23 to 22 is we saw significant increases then. I think in part, businesses were open up, people were eager to get out and travel again. We also saw some significant inflation that would have impacted that revenue stream. So while in many cases, other than right now currently the lodging and the $2 tax, we're still seeing increases, but it's starting to get more moderate and more to what we normally would have seen historically. So we'll continue to monitor that. I think it'll be interesting, just as it was interesting after the credit crisis, to see how the revenue streams moved in that. I think that we will have some interesting data later on that we can see the dip as we entered into COVID, and then the increases coming out, and then that moderation. So we will continue to monitor that. The general fund expenditures are in line with budget, and in terms of the utility fund is performing well and is in line with budget. The water is trending still slightly below where we were last year. I mentioned that earlier, but I'm starting to see that a little bit of uptick in that. And it is reporting operating income. And the expenditures are moving in line with those revenues. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Dameron. Any Questions?
No questions, thank you.
And for me?
I have none. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Monthly departmental operating reports. Mr. Trivett, anybody?
You know, we have Wendy from Human Services prepared to give her report, but in light of the hour, we may want to skip it for this month.
We'll go another month without you.
I'd listen.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll get you on the agenda for next month. All right. Anything from the city manager?
Nothing today.
Thank God. Ms. Shelton, anything?
Nothing else today.
Okay. So this takes us to an open forum, again, which is an opportunity for anybody to come to council and come before council and share any thoughts. I did have a number of speakers cards, but I think a lot of those peoples have left, so I won't dig into those. But if you'd like to come forward, please do so. Mr. Wilson, welcome back.
Robert Wilson, 22 The Palisades. You know, I originally came to talk about the Starberry Plains Road rezoning. I know that earlier it was withdrawn, but I'll still address, I guess, my concerns. And if I've got my facts straight, I think as I understand the transaction, the city council appointed a developer to the planning commission. The city manager then sold city property to the developer while he was active on the planning commission. And now the developer comes before the city council seeking to rezone for a high-density development. You know, and I think the planning commission originally rejected it November 5-0 with the developer abstaining. From the notes I saw in the package today, it looks like they've accepted some proffers and they may be prepared to recommend approval. My objection is not with the ecological, financial, and financial issues with it. I think others will seek to address those. The problem I have is with ethics in government. You know, Shakespeare said, that things seem to be rotten in the state of Denmark. But, this particular transaction violated the city code of ethics. Under your own policy and procedure manual, page 11, states conflict of interest rules. To ensure citizens in the judgment of public officers and employees is not compromised or affected by inappropriate conflicts, the General Assembly adopted the Virginia State and Local Government Conflict of Interest. Violation is a criminal offense. The law requires all council members to disclose financial interests once a year and refrain from contracting from business with the local government. The city extended that to all employees. On page 13, under the Code of Ethics, the Code of Ethics shall apply to all active employees of the city and such city boards. Further, it violated the sale by the city manager to a sitting member of the planning commission violated the state code. That did not follow the procedures in the state code for those type of transactions, and everything that flowed out of that, including the rezoning, continues to violate the state code. I won't go into some of the other concerns, but at the end of the day, it's kind of an embarrassment. You heard another speaker talk about, transactions. The states put this statute in place, and you have a code of ethics. And you need to take the code of ethics seriously in terms of, particularly with respect to this transaction that stands out as so egregious in terms of the type of transactions that have occurred in this particular instance. So if it comes back before the council, I urge you to reject it and send a resounding message that, these type of ethical concerns are taken seriously. And again, it's not an affordable housing issue. It's a transparency and ethics issue for the city. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to come forward?
We have a rush. Mark 208 Governor's Drive, Walnut Hills, Williamsburg. I too would like to talk about Strawberry Plains, but before I do, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, thank you for your service. This is truly a labor of love, having sat here today. Thank you. Development ill fits as a proper description. Cramming is the goal of the proposed prescription. Mindless construction of each little nook leaves our communities on the hook. Strawberry Plains is a traffic nightmare, forcing drivers to grumble in despair. A narrow passage with schools at the bends and rush hour drivers jamming the ends. Block lanes overflowing, swerving, make for a very difficult and dangerous unnerving. Adding hundreds of vehicles per day to keep middle school children at bay? Don't forget bikers and strolling mothers, whizzing vehicles cutting close to others. Who would add to a narrow lane so willing? We pray this is not a prophecy fulfilling. Clients of local businesses can't enter or leave. The community faces a flood, traffic that weaves. We live in a world so closely knit, bonded more than we like to admit. The sea level is rising, the air is thick. We don't want any more of the proposed shtick. Our roads are already packed to the brim, and green space is growing ever so slim. Erosion is damaging our precious woods worse than engineers ever understood. It is time we stop mindless construction and examine the impacts of this destruction. Development is not progressive at all when elected officials drop the ball. Damaging a community is a thing unappealing. Why in the world harm a place so appealing?
Welcome.
Are you going to give us a poem, Randy?
This will not rhyme. My name is Randy Chambers. I live at 501 Newport Avenue, and I've emailed all of you over the last couple of weeks a number of my concerns that have been expressed by other residents, sometimes with poetry. But I wanted to provide some other perspectives associated with my opposition to the landmark development. I had a graduate student a number of years ago count critters in streams, and he looked at streams that were unimpacted by development and in streams that had been impacted by development. And the impact was housing development put in, stormwater retention basin put in, and then downstream, 50 to 100 meters downstream from that. The average number of critters in streams unimpacted by development was 850 some, and in streams impacted by development was 105. So 850 versus 105, that's an 88% reduction in stream-dwelling organisms. Where did they go? Well, where they went was the discharge from the stormwater retention basins flushed them all downstream. The volume of water pushed downstream essentially flushed them away. Furthermore, the quality of that water is reduced because of various components, low oxygen, maybe high temperature, contaminants in the water, turbid water. All of those things end up reducing the availability of habitat for critters living in those streams. And you don't need to be a geologist or a hydrologist or a biologist to recognize these environmental issues. You don't need an economics degree to appreciate the externalities, none of which the developer would have to suffer. There's loss of natural capital. There's value in ecosystem services that are provided by these little stream systems. There's biodiversity support. There's water resources protection. There's erosion control. All of those will be reduced in this development. Opportunity costs. Impaired watershed leads to loss of educational opportunities, loss of research opportunities. recreational opportunities, aesthetics, ecotherapeutic benefits. All these things will be reduced. And of course, there are the real external costs associated with trying to repair the damages done if we allow development like this to go in. Costs that you know are in the tens of thousands of dollars to even millions of dollars associated with these repairs, costs that are borne by private groups, public agencies, and by extension, eventually, us, the public. And you don't need a public policy degree to view this proposal through the lens of the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Act, which has as one of its guiding principles the promotion of balanced economic growth with water quality protection. This particular project is so heavy with economic development and so light on environmental protection. And finally, you don't need Nostradamus to predict that 20 years from now, the legacy of this project will not be, hey, we created a couple of workforce housing units for the city. Nope. The legacy will be, uh-oh, looks like we destroyed one of the last remaining pristine drainage basins in the city, and that's not the legacy that I want to see. And thus, I'm hopeful you will vote no to this proposed high-density rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. Ms. Murphy, welcome.
Hi, Helen Murphy, 121 Berkeley Lane. Believe it or not, I was not going to speak today. I know that you're sick of hearing from me.
Not at all.
But I'm like a millennial. I'm not, but I'm like when I sat there typing, so I have some comments today because I now feel compelled to speak. So you'll not be surprised to learn that I and many of us left in the room and those who have left were disappointed today. This whole process has been quite a learning experience. In many ways, it's been wonderful. I've learned a lot about how local government works. I've had the opportunity to meet actual real-life city council members, something that would never have happened in New York City, where I'm from. I met residents and business owners that I didn't know before, and I've been really humbled by the outpouring from students. In some ways, Williamsburg has become smaller to me in a really beautiful way. This has also been an incredibly frustrating process. We learned about landmark development 2 weeks before the Planning Commission meeting and had to scramble to show up and demonstrate our opposition. It was an important lesson on staying informed and engaged. We've waited a long year and 4 months to finally have this proposal heard at City Council. The applicant has had plenty of time to address the concerns raised at the PC meeting. He is well aware that there is nothing that can make the opponents of Landmark support a high-density development on that parcel. We've met with Mr. Kale multiple times, we've walked the woods with him, and we've been direct and honest about our feelings. I don't know exactly what he needs to change and what he needs more time for. I find it wildly disrespectful and dismissive of the Williamsburg community and the William and Mary community to not even show up today. I know that it is hard to face one's critics, but this is how democracy works. And as I said at a previous meeting, I also didn't intend to speak, when Getty referred that day, the day his development was to be heard, that you as City Council always have a choice. You can choose to allow developers to play cat and mouse with the residents that you represent, or you can say no. I wish that today you had simply said no. 1 year and 4 months is enough time. And I will leave you all with the question of why the city engaged in a real estate contract with no sunset clause in the first place. Maybe I'm missing something, but that seems like real estate 101. And I'm left wondering if it's possible that this could basically come before council in 10 years when there's a council that would support the development. I feel like enough is enough, and I'm not really sure how we find ourselves in this position.
Stenson, welcome.
Hello again. My name is Lynn Ann Stensland, and my husband owns Stensland Dental Studio at 195 Strawberry Plains, and I'm here today to speak about landmark development. I had some talking points to discuss today, but due to the curveball that was just thrown, I have revised my comments. As you all know, I've been speaking out against this rezoning, but I will admit that this is my first experience attending and speaking at city government meetings. I, like Helen, just found out about the development 2 weeks before the Planning Commission meeting as well, and had to also scramble to find out more about it and to express our opposition. I am very confused and frustrated by what just happened with the Landmark Village rezoning request. Again, I'm new to this, but I was just not aware that this could happen. We've spent the last year and a half talking with neighboring businesses and residents to get a pulse on how everyone feels about the issue. At the Planning Commission hearing, dozens of residents and businesses spoke out against rezoning for a variety of reasons, ranging from traffic, student safety, the environment, and the William & Mary student learning opportunities that the land provides. Every single speaker spoke out against the rezoning, none in favor, and subsequently the Planning Commission unanimously voted against it. Mr. Kale has delayed bringing this to the City Council for the last year and a half, and now we are delayed again. I understand his documents were due 2 weeks ago to get on this agenda, so why didn't we know then? We all have jobs and families and other circumstances that make it extremely difficult to spend so much time in these meetings. So the events that transpired today are extremely frustrating and disappointing. Since he has an open-ended contract, can this just go on indefinitely? I have those same questions. A year and a half should have been adequate time to collect all of his research. The amount of stress that business owners and residents have been under and concern over the outcome should be considered, and I really don't think it's fair for all parties involved to keep delaying. This delay tactic feels to me to perhaps be a strategy to wear us down over time. So for these reasons, I respectfully request that the City Council do everything I can to allow this not to be delayed any further. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, I'm Harmony Dalglish. I live at 214 Matoka Court. I have just a couple of things that I wanted to say. I actually was only going to say one thing today, but in light of the change, I have a couple. The first, I wanted to speak about the Strawberry Plains developments. First to say thank you for listening to us, and also that you have heard me and my fellow residents express our concerns for the ecological implications of this development. I won't restate all of those, but I want to say that I'm concerned as a resident about the economic development and how this will impact our community. And I want to say that I'm not anti-development. As a matter of fact, listening to the proposal that we heard earlier today about developing high-density housing in the middle of an already developed area in our city seems like a good idea to me, especially with concessions to think about how to fund low-income housing and address that problem. That seems great. But that's not what we're talking about at Strawberry Plains. We're talking about building in an ecologically sensitive, not developed area, a valuable green space in our community that will have a huge impact. It will gives only lip service to helping towards workforce housing and affordable housing in this community. You can say no to that kind of development. You can say yes to other kinds. I'm not saying say no to everything. I'm saying protect the College Woods, protect those areas, and say no to things that don't make sense for our community and don't add to our community. The second thing I wanted to say is that I actually want you to say no twice. Because today, the developer sent their lawyer here for 5 minutes, and I sat here for hours. Because I wanted to tell you, and I feel so strongly about this, that this is a bad idea for Williamsburg. And so I'm here, and I'm telling you, and I'm asking you to say no twice. The next time they come here and they request an extension, say no, you have that power. We don't have a sunset clause in this agreement. That's ludicrous. But that can't be changed now. What can happen is that the next time they come, because they will come back, is that you can say, no, we're not going to delay. We're going to take this vote. We're going to listen to the members of our community who have put so much time and effort into organizing against this because we think it's a bad idea for our community. So say no to this development and say no the next time they say, oh, could we just have a little more time? They've had enough time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Daglish. Ms. Fairbanks?
Sabrina Fairbanks, 119 Berkeley Lane in Walnut Hills. Good afternoon again. I'm not sure if it's evening, but I'll say afternoon. Good afternoon. Upon reviewing the Planning Commission bylaws, I see that Mr. John Kale has the ability to resign from our Planning Commission. I also see that you have the authority to remove him if he does not choose to resign. I'm here today to request John Gale resign or you remove him before Wednesday, March 20th. And I want to give you the reasons for that particular date, as I see he has a conflict of interest next week at the Planning Commission. The first project he will be involved with is the Mill Neck Road high-density project. This is a project where the developer wants to put 4 homes and a duplex on less than 2 acres in an established residential neighborhood. I do not understand how Mr. Kale feels it's appropriate to vote on a project that involves Vernon Getty when his family has longtime ties to the Getty family and estate. They purchased the land for Holly Hills and for the current Holly Hills townhomes that he's currently selling. They're so connected that it was nearly impossible to find a local attorney who would represent opponents of Landmark Village because of his ties to Vernon Getty. I think that if Mr. Kale voted for approval of this project, it could be considered quid pro quo. The second project he could potentially be voting on next week involves our city manager going to PC to request high-density rezoning for, I understand, in excess of maybe 650 high-density residential units as a part of the sports complex. I do not understand why residential high-density is part of a sports complex, but I really don't understand how he can vote on a matter that the city manager is asking for when he has entered into a contract negotiation and that contract is still open for Landmark Village. And the city manager said on the June 2022 city council meeting, or at that meeting, that he worked for several months with Mr. Kale to develop this project proposal at Landmark Village. And I propose or suggest that if he voted yes on that high-density sports complex project, that could be quid pro quo. So Mr. Kale was on the EDA when he entered into this contract for Landmark Village, the sunset, no sunset clause that my neighbors and friends are discussing. I do not understand why he was appointed to the Planning Commission just months before his project, his Landmark Village project, was going to be going before Planning Commission. Maybe, give him the benefit of the doubt, maybe his tenure was up on EDA, but it certainly has the appearance of impropriety. To the point, we asked Mr. Kale to recuse himself from voting on rezoning cases, but we were told he had no conflict because he had no direct financial gain in the projects that were before him. We could argue that point, but maybe it's not so much a conflict of interest, maybe it's an ethical dilemma, and we should be asking, or you should be asking, maybe Mr. Kale can be on the Planning Commission, but should he be on the commission? It appears that that there could be a case made that there's the appearance of impropriety when he's got has an active real estate contract and a rezoning contract, and it just does not seem right that he should be voting on these high-density developments that are going to impact our city for many years. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to come forward? Please.
Hello, my name is Karen Nelson. I live at 124 Richmond Hill Court. And I just have a simple question. I sat through the very well-done presentation on the proposed school split, and I've been learning a lot sitting in and watching our government work, and I appreciate what you all do. And so my question is, and what I learned today, and it's great to hear that various city departments review development proposals for potential impact. My question, given especially in context of what we're considering for the school system, what review is done for the impact on school systems of these various developments that we're considering? And also, given that we already have 481 units under development, are they being taken into consideration as we review our various options for the school system? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward.
Thank you.
Would anybody else like to come forward? I'll close the open forum. I'll just take a minute. There certainly heard a lot, and some of what I've heard is a little upsetting. The personal accusations of impropriety. I know we can all look at things from different perspective, but from my perspective, this city staff and this council and our planning commission have worked tirelessly to be above the board and in the best interest of this community. The developer has every right to come forward and offer to buy a piece of property, and that's what happened in this case. And at that time, this body thought it was a great idea, and we said as much in June. I mean, we were all in favor of it because it met all of the goals that were laid up in the heretofore: affordable housing, workforce housing, the city putting its money into a project to achieve some of that more attainable housing. We all agree. That's what the community told us to do. Now, since then, the narrative has changed to protect this piece of property, and that's fine. Let's have that conversation. I think this body feels differently about it now, having heard the input of the community. That's perfect, and we will move forward, and maybe this transaction won't happen, but the tone that I'm hearing is unbecoming of this community. We work together very well and have for many, 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 many years. In all my years on city council, there's been disagreement. But we've gotten to a point where it's become personal, and I don't think that's where we need to go with this. Mr. Trivett wasn't his decision to sell this property. A developer who serves on planning commission, which this body appointed, because when we make these appointments, we strive to have diversity on these boards and commissions. We want people that bring different perspective to help us evaluate proposals as they come forward. That's their responsibility. And in this case, Mr. Kale saw an opportunity and brought forward this to us to consider, and that's where we are today. It wasn't nefarious. He wasn't looking for an inside deal on this. It's all above board. We have an outstanding city attorney who spends many hours vetting these issues and looking at potential conflicts of interest. And any one of us at any given time can reach out to her about potentials, and we do, and she gives us great legal advice. And Mr. Kale has done the same thing. So, I applaud you all for coming forward. I applaud you all for being very passionate about preserving this part of the city that's near Lake Matoka, and that may happen ultimately, but the developer has rights as well. And I'm not, sir, the public hearing is closed.
State code requires competitive bidding when that situation occurs.
Thank you for your opinion. So with that, I'll move on with the agenda and we'll go to unfinished business. So item A is discussion and direction of staff concerning the pending construction of the police station along Lafayette Street.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council.
Just a minute, please. Let some people leave. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Chief, thank you.
Okay. So as you all know, you guys have approved a much-needed new police building for the police department, and we very much appreciate that. As we were going through the process in late 2023, we found that there were some community members that were concerned with the project. And I think not as much the project, but the placement of the project and the fact that was going to require the removal of some trees and maybe reduce some green space in that area. We met with the community members, and we had a really wonderful conversation back, I believe, November. And during that conversation, we certainly heard and understood their concerns. And so we went back to our team with Henderson to ask them if, hey, this very specific site that we came up with, might there be some opportunity to maneuver this so that we can, find that win-win for both, our needs, our operational needs, and the community. And the Henderson team, they're here with us today, did a wonderful job going back and exploring the possibilities. And we then took that information after having a conversation among staff, and felt like on February the 22nd, we would host an information session whereby we could share that information with community members, talk about the operational impacts, talk about the cost and that sort of thing, and then seek feedback from our community members to determine if this is the best path forward. So with that, I'll quickly go through this, the timeline, as you know. So I arrived in June of 2017, and at that point, there was already discussion about doing something different with the building that we were in. Somewhere around summer of 2020, council decided that we wanted the police department in a downtown area near the municipal area. And then December of 2021, council decided that we would purchase the property at 715 Lafayette to make this and the impact to Public Works possible. I won't go through this entire timeline, but in November of 22, Henderson was chosen to build the police department for us. And then in October of 23, City Council authorized the signing of the comprehensive agreement. As you might imagine, there were dozens of opportunities for this information to be shared with the public, and it was a very public process, but it was done over a period of a number of years. We actually looked at some sites outside of the downtown area, including Richmond Road and Capitol Landing Road. But again, they didn't really work for us, and I think all of us wanted to be closer to downtown, including council. So here are the options that we looked at. We're going to better explore that center option, which actually has 4 options, but again, I'll be brief in my conversation. One of the things that we first shared with our community members that expressed some concerns late 23 was the network of infrastructure, of utilities that were underground in the site. On a map, it may seem like there's a lot of room and a lot of space, but when you actually start to drill down on what's there, what you'll find is a very limited space to put the police station. And then if you considered the police station and then maintaining that green space, you could see really anywhere you adjust it, it is going to be a significant impact to the underground infrastructure. This is the current site, and again, I'm not going to speak too much to each of these unless you guys have questions about it. This was the first alternate site, which came at a price tag more than $5 million over what we are proposing. Our second alternate location came in at about actually more than $15 million more than the site that we're actually proposing. And then the third alternate site came in at approximately $7 million, a little more than $7 million more than the cost that we proposed. And each of these alternate sites had operational downsides. None of them operationally worked as well as the site that we're proposing. But I think the important thing about this information session, which was attended by roughly 35 to 40 citizens, was that we received formal written feedback from our citizens. And my conversations with the citizens throughout the evening, and I think Henderson and the others team, was very positive. And then when we saw the surveys, when we tallied the votes, if you will, of the 31 actually handwritten, responses that we received, the first question was, how important is it that we remain downtown? And I was surprised, 31 of the respondents felt like it was important. So 28 essential, and then 3 very important. And then the most important design consideration, which was question number 2, operational factors rated 25 of the 31 scores. We thought that was really good. The cost was also a factor, and then of course the schedule was a factor, but 2 respondents put green space, and again, we certainly agree that that's important. That's an important component. The types of, and then we had a third question, which was basically, hey, tell us what you want us to know. It was really open feedback. And during that, as you can see, overwhelming response to move forward with the current plan. Consider the green space, but love option one, keep everything as is. It's all perfect. We like the plan. And so overall, I think the feedback from the written respondents as well as the conversations that we had was extremely positive. So we're at a point, I'm happy to answer any of your questions, but staff would recommend that you authorize the staff to move forward with the project on its current site.
Thank you, Chief. I don't have any questions. As you pointed out, this has been in discussion for many months, so questions.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I do appreciate the time taken to provide this informational session and for Henderson be there to share their expertise, and I think it's overwhelming, the response, as you've indicated with the numbers. The one thing I would say, and you brought it initially in 2017, this was talked about. So I think because we're human, over a period of time, we forget things as the project moved along. So as you indicated, there's been plenty of opportunities for public input. I just think some of that was forgotten along the way, because in typical local government, it takes a long time for these projects to come to fruition. So I think it's overwhelming that we're ready to move forward.
I only thank you for everything. I just had one question of operational factors. Could you just give somebody like me who doesn't really know a lot about some things, what is the example of, say, an operational factor? Because it looked like it was very important to the consideration of really everything and obviously coming through. So just one example.
So one example, and really one of the most important examples, I think, is that in our current placement, where our parking is, we will have 4 really good ways to get out of that parking area. 2 of them onto Lafayette, and then 2 of them onto Armistead. So, it could be something as simple as a traffic crash on Lafayette that could keep us stuck in the police station without that opportunity. With the location and the design where we're planning, it's going to be real easy for us if there is, and I use a car accident or a disabled vehicle, but realistically, terrorist attack or something even worse, we would have a real easy way to get out around back. We can come to Armstead, and one of the things that I've discussed with the citizens group about is that it also, there's going to be really not an impact on traffic on Lafayette in either location, because realistically, we're already using Lafayette, right? But this will give us the opportunity to come out that back exit onto Armistead and come up to the traffic light. So again, one more operational factor that we think is advantageous.
Okay, thank you. And now I love the fact that I can look at that utility underground map. That's fascinating. I could look at that all day long. So thank you.
I too would like to thank you and Henderson for the extra time, effort, and cost involved in looking at these different options. Unfortunately, I wasn't in town for the meeting on the 22nd, but I'm really glad that you all were able to express your expertise and professionalism to address their residents' concerns and come to this decision.
Yeah, Chief Dunn, thank you very much for this presentation on the topic of being above board. I commend the department and your team for really translating a lot of work and additional cost estimates into a pretty discernible, digestible presentation for the public of 30, 40 people who attended. So thank you. I too am in support of the current plan.
And I think all 15,000 of us will really appreciate having a new police station for you all to operate out of. So with that, I move that City Council direct the city manager to all necessary steps to proceed with the construction of a new police station using the current design plan.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. McKay?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher?
Aye.
Before we move to new business, does anybody need a break?
Let's power through. Power through.
Run through it. You guys good?
Onward.
Okay, so, new business. Consideration and approval of service agreement with the FUSAS to combine the available technologies. And Chief Dunn, I'll let you move forward.
Yes, sir. Again, back last budget years, we were preparing the budget in May. You guys approved $50,000 towards a real-time crime information center software package that allows us to pull all of our videos that are both city-owned as well as privately owned from folks that want to be a part of this system, so that we can pull that information together so that real-time we can take a look at really hopefully a powerful snapshot of what's going on in the community. We'll use it for things like, a good example I like to use is should we find ourselves dealing with a missing person. One of the best examples I saw was a elderly female who was missing in another locality who the extremely cold night, family was very concerned about her safety and her well-being. The first officer arrived on scene. While using his cell phone, he goes back to when she was last seen and was able to see her on video coming, a block or so down from where she lived. From that, track her, see that she got on a public transportation bus, contacted the bus line and asked them where she would have gone. The driver knew enough that thought she remembered where she got off. From that, they were able to pick her up, and really within 20 or 30 minutes, they were able to reunite this lady with her family. And I mean, otherwise it could have spent many, many hours of staff time, but it also could have been, it could have caused much more serious health issues for her, being a cold night, being out, not to mention the worry for her family that they were facing. Certainly, should there be a shooting or some other criminal incident, it will be a powerful tool for us. As you know, we've had, unfortunately, 2 shootings in the past couple of years, and were it not for video technology, those crimes may be unsolved as of this moment, right? So, I mean, it really is a powerful tool for us. It's much needed. If there's a special event or a large group of folks in town, it will be extremely helpful for us. And even with the fire department, they had a chance to evaluate this with us. And they even talked about fire responses and hazmat responses and that sort of thing, the value for them. So staff is asking that you authorize, staff is asking that you authorize us to move forward with the contract with Fusus.
Makes perfect sense. If it's another tool that you have to help solve crimes and find people, I think that's a great example of the opportunity that this provides us. So.
Chief, I've been seeing a lot in the media in the last couple of days. Does this include the doorbell cameras that residents can register and provide? So it's a bit more powerful, and so in short, yes, but realistically, we probably wouldn't use it for that very often. What we're looking for is like convenience stores that have maybe 6 or 8 cameras. We could, place a device with them and then have access to their exterior cameras or interior if they chose to give it to us. Something I didn't mention is that the private owner of the cameras will be able to determine, exactly when and how we have access to their cameras. But in the instance, the example that you mentioned, there are other ways that we can get that without, the books are expensive. I mean, it's a $50,000 program, so without having that, it might be that there could be a situation where there was one that's extremely valuable to us and the owner, wants to be a part of the program, that we could certainly make that work, but that's not our intention. We're looking for kind of bigger partners that have better views. Okay. Yeah, I've seen it. I think it's Virginia Beach the last couple of days. They've had some stories in the media about residents can register their doorbell cameras for law enforcement to have access.
That's a different program, separate program, and will be useful with this program, but isn't an exact tie.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Yes, so thank you. That was very helpful to understand, kind of looking at, like you said, convenience stores, and have you, to this point, talked to local businesses that you kind of are thinking might be a possibility for participation in this program?
We've spoken with a few stakeholders, and yeah, there is definitely interest in the program.
Okay, and it's just to be clear, it's completely voluntary.
Absolutely.
And, the business owner, the private person has really control over their participation and to what extent.
Yeah, absolutely. And Newport News is the biggest local user that I know of, and they've been using it for some number of years now. Incredible success, and what they've also found is that it helps with their relationship buildings because they're having conversations with folks that maybe they wouldn't have otherwise because of this tool. So really there are a lot of advantages to it.
Okay, thank you.
I have no questions.
I have none outside of what's been asked. Thank you, Chief Dunn.
Chief. Somebody like to make a motion?
So I move that City Council authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with FUSUS.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. McKay.
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernchan?
Aye.
Okay, takes us to item B, consideration and action regarding the proposed resolution 24-04 for the budget amendment for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. Director Damron. Welcome.
Yes, proposed resolution 24-4 asks to amend the budget to accept a Home for Security Centera grant that would be used for rent and utility assistance. It also asks for funding to construct laundromat facilities at 3 Williamsburg Redevelopment and Housing Authority apartment complexes. The revenue for that would come from the Triangle Development Funds and move to a project that would build the laundromats.
Any questions or thoughts?
No questions.
No questions.
Just a quick one, Director Damron. The Centera grant, this is the second year?
Is it second year? Yes.
Okay, and maybe Director Evans, too. Is this the same amount that was granted last year, so it's a continuance of the program, or is it an expansion?
It's the continuation of the program, but it is an additional amount. Previous award was about 83,000, and this is 100,000.
That's all. Thank you.
So, thank you, Councilman Rogers. I would add, the $410,000 for the laundry facility. I think we ought to recognize that is an example of the great partnership that we have with the Housing Authority, and I think it emphasizes how this body and our community feels about making sure that the housing and services that we provide through those available homes is important to us. So, thank you.
Yes, I think we discussed, none of us would like to be without laundry facilities and feel it's very commendable to help fund them. So I move that Resolution 24-04 be approved consistent with the staff recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. McKay?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernchan?
Aye.
Okay, takes us next to consideration and action regarding the developing Phase 1 of the city's utilities master plan. Get to hear from Jack again. Welcome, Mr. Reed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. As part of the fiscal 23 budget, City Council authorized $150,000 for the Public Works and Utilities Department to develop a utility master plan. The master plan will provide a roadmap for the city to plan improvements and upgrades to meet water and wastewater systems' current and future needs. The cost for Phase 1 is $117,448.92. Phase 1 of the master plan will primarily consist of initial data collection and due diligence ahead of modeling, infrastructure assessments, and CIP development, which will take place in Phases 2 and 3 of the process. Ultimately, the master plan will include staffing and equipment needs, prioritization of needs, as well as scheduling or phasing needs into the utility budget and capital improvement plan. Staff intends to complete Phases 2 and 3 of the master plan next fiscal year. We are here asking for council authorization to move forward with Phase 1.
Yeah, just one question. Has this been done in the past and it's time to renew it, or is this the first time that we?
It's been done in the past, but it's been a while, so we're more or less kind of starting from scratch.
Okay.
With a brand new plan.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And how long does it, thank you, first of all. What is, if we've heard, concerns about, talk about water and everything, and so I'm looking at the data review for Phase 1 and the due diligence, and I think that this is just so important in these infrastructure type things in the master plan. I mean, this is like a core function of local government. So I think this is a very important project and something that flies under the radar, but is critical, so thank you. How long is it contemplated that Phase 1 would last?
The schedule is 6 months, but we're hoping to have all 3 phases done in time for the fall budget process.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I noticed Kimberly Horn was selected. I think we've done a lot of work with them in the past. I think Capitol Landing Road comes to mind on that. So I agree with what's been said before about it being so critical to the needs of the city being, and people don't think of Public Works as sort of a sexy thing, you know, it's just sort of there. But we couldn't live
Speak
without
for yourself,
you.
Barb.
What?
Speak for yourself.
But we couldn't live without you, so greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Unless you're a member of our Public Works team. then-
Well, that's true.
No additional questions, Director Reed. Thank you for this kind of forethought.
Sir, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's important that we begin this process so we understand better the needs of the facilities. As you mentioned a couple weeks ago, you know, some of this stuff is 80 years old.
Yes, sir.
Okay, would somebody like to make a motion?
So I move that City Council authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Kimberly Horn to develop Phase 1 of the Utility Master Plan.
Second.
Ms. McKay?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher?
Aye.
Okay, next item D is consideration and action regarding amendment to number one to the special project agreement with Curbside Recycling Services, VIPSA, in the city of Williamsburg. Mr. Reed.
Thank you. VIPS entered into an agreement for curbside recycling services with Tidewater Fiber Corp. On December 28th, 2018. The initial contract was a 5-year term, and essentially what's happened now is we're at the end of that term. We had multiple options of moving forward, and what the VIPSA board elected to do was extend for another 5 years. And so as part of that, there's an amendment to that agreement, which is some of the terms in the agreement include that the parties agreed to extend the term of the agreement from July 1, 2024 to June 30, 2029. The parties agree to increase the collection fee to $5.25 per cart per month with a yearly available consumer price index CPI increase of up to 5% based on the actual CPI of garbage and trash collection value. This is an increase of $1.03 per cart per month from this past fiscal year. And I guess a brief explanation of what that is there's a consumer price index average that's nationwide, and essentially if nationwide that price goes up a certain percentage, Tidewater Fiber could ask for that same increase. An increase of the processing fee or up to $105 per ton with a yearly available, again, CPI increase of up to 3% based on the actual CPI for the garbage and trash collection value. This is an increase of $10 per month, or excuse me, $10 per ton from this fiscal year. A fee of $100 for any route not completed by noon of the day after the scheduled collection day. Included are 2 route audits per community per year, and just to be clear, increases will not be covered by the consumer. They'll be covered by the city. Just trying to be brief. This amendment is, we are here just simply asking for council to allow us to move forward with signing off on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. The option would be to go out and shop it around somehow in the market, right?
That would
Didn't want to agree to this?
That would be an option, or as other localities have done, they've stopped recycling, which I know we don't want to stop recycling. So.
I think our community values the recycle opportunity, and we definitely want to continue it. I don't think we would find better prices in participating in this co-op, if you will, in our best interest.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I agree. I think Mr. Trivett pointed out the other day, the last time this negotiation took place, it was a huge increase. So this is not a huge increase like we saw the last time. So this seems to be in the best interest of the city.
No questions. Thank you.
No questions, and I agree with what's been said.
None for me either. Thank you.
Somebody like to make a motion?
So I move that City Council approve Amendment Number 1 to the Special Project Agreement for Curbside Recycling Services, and with revisions authorized by legal counsel, authorize the city manager to execute the amendment with VIPSA.
Your second?
Second.
Okay.
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher?
Aye.
Item E on the public agenda is consideration and action on Resolution 24-05, authoring the city manager to take necessary actions to enroll the city of Williamsburg in the Virginia Department Wildlife Resource Urban Archery Season.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of council. This is a resolution doing what it says, authorizing us to enroll in the urban archery program that the state offers. This really does two things for us. We've operated a deer program since the early 80s, I believe, and this is an opportunity for us to, A, formalize that program, as well as extend the window of time that we have to conduct the hunts. And so this would be a logical next step for us, and anxious to see this occur so that we can get back in the habit of exercising our program next year.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Mr. Vice Mayor?
I do not have questions.
Might apply.
Right.
Somebody like to make a motion?
I move that City Council approve Resolution 24-05 as drafted.
Second.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher?
Aye.
Okay, I believe we have a matter for closed session, Mr. Vice Mayor.
We do. I move to go into closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia for the purpose of discussing 4 legal matters per subparagraph 7 for the purpose of consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members, consultants, or attorneys pertaining to actual or probable litigation concerning employment, school board, and contract.
Second.
Ms. McKay?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher?
Aye.
Okay, we will go into closed session, and once that's concluded, we'll come back and back in open session.
Break now.
Take a little break.
closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia.
Second?
Ms. McKay?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernshire?
Aye.
Would like to go back into closed session, talk about schools. Mr. Vice Mayor, would you read that, please?
I move to go into closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia for the purpose of discussing the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, including interviews of bidders or offers and discussion of the terms or scope of such contract, where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body per subparagraph 29 in reference to the schools.
Second?
Okay?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernshire?
Aye.
Okay, we will be back. session.
I move to approve the certification of a closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia.
Second?
Ms. McKay?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher?
Aye.
Is there anything else? Motion to adjourn, maybe?
I move that we adjourn.
Second?
Dusty?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher?
Aye.
You're adjourned.